was praying that I fall off. Stood 10 toes, never fall, young nigga finna ball off. In the still west side, Pasadena, never finna fall off. Stood 10 toes, never fall, young nigga finna ball off. In the still west side, Pasadena.
Are you niggas just some fans, huh? Ay, really got a plan, huh? But coming to some paper, you won't even lift your man up. I'm coming off the dribble, it's simple, I make them stand up. Come from where they sagging, not luxury, hold my pants up, I'm nasty. Nigga, you should ask me. Best about the city, ask my daughter why she dabbing. Niggas got my name in their mouth while they songs in the drought. I know it's hard to get out, you should be closing your mouth. I told them only time would tell. They craving for attention, guess these niggas didn't know me well. I say nada, don't reply unless it's about $1. Oh well, okay, ha 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 ha. All these local ass niggas, just some local niggas. I'm doing shows overseas, they don't know you niggas. Hey, check the wristwatch, that's a rollie nigga. Really making mine off rap, I'm the only nigga.
Fall off. Stood 10 toes up before, young nigga finna ball off. In the still west side, Pasadena, never finna fall off. Stood 10 toes, never fall, young nigga finna ball off. And it's still west side, Pasadena.
I'm the one from the pink house on Los Robles. Wasn't shooting, man, we really got it off the shoulders. And that's for real. And ever since they took away money, been in my fields, I really started grinding and winning. Got me a deal, and now I'm paid up. The times that we was down, guess it been made up. Started doing numbers, now these little niggas hate us. So what? Set the bar so high that they can't touch. Really think it's jealousy, they mad that they ain't us. Hey, but fuck that shit, man, I'm Dina Race. We'll set a blaze, and I don't give a fuck that you feel away. Word, how you niggas feel the worst way to kill a day. Focus on my paper, got direct deposit on the way. But hey, y'all can have the best in the city. I'm the best out this motherfucker, say it with me. Hey, y'all can have the best in the city. I'm the best out this motherfucker, say it with me.
Fall off. Stood 10 toes, never fall, y'all nigga finna ball off. In the still west side, Pasadena, never finna fall off. Stood 10 toes, never fall, y'all nigga finna ball off. In the still west side, Pasadena.
Maybe pave away. No, it's niggas that count the days till I fade away. But you know I always find my way to turn a bad look in the field to something solid. I'm on target for a major play. Used to waste the day away. She hit me to say I'm on her mind, but my commitment to the game got me OT till I OD and then I fade away. Lately I've been giving down tones and meeting milestones. No way I'm giving all of me. She settled for a left hand with a gem over a piece of me. My mind's always just clear when she done climbing on the top of me. Really by the code, needs you to keep the same energy. I've been this in my sleep, bitch, I got ear off muscle memory. Self-love gone missing, I'm right back to claims of needing you. I give you that attention that you craving, got you refueled. For real, I hope you find some sort of peace and all that meditating. I've been looking for mine inside the blood, I'm self-medicated. Bad little vibe, ride or die, she on standby. 30 from 30, I'm not missing if I'm shooting mine. All I ever did was take the risk and learn in real time. How you think I'm up right now, been living on this type of time. All I ever did was take the risk and learn in real time. How you think I'm up right now, been living on this type of time. All I ever did was take the risk and learn in real time. The world outside's on fire, niggas dying and the rent is due. When the babies learn to cock and fire back before they even get to live their truth. I think somebody God got me right, cause I don't really look like what I made it through. People from the past wonder how. Somebody tell the realest niggas this shit live inside you too. I keep a bad little vibe, ride or die, she on standby. I'm 30 for 30, I'm not missing if I'm shooting mine. All I ever did was take the risk and learn in real time. How you think I'm up right now, I'm stuck in this real nigga renaissance. All in on myself, I treat the movement like an enterprise. Take a look around, you think we made it to the end of time. How you think I'm up right now, been living on this type of time.
give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose that fits, I'm losing shit. A stupid myth, you choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens. burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Y'all, do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
Mute Monster got me. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of Black Men Unfiltered's Barbershop Talk, where we talk all things men over here, how we correct the world that we have been put in charge of. Ladies and gentlemen, my co-host is in the building tonight. The velvet voice of YouTube himself, Lost in Translation, is in the building tonight. Good to see you, my guy. What's going on with you, man?
Everything is everything, man. Welcome back.
All right.
It's been a minute.
Uh-huh. So, man, I just want to say, man, how was your day, brother? I mean, you know.
Well, you know, I've been on vacation this week, man. So I've just been chilling, man, trying to stay out this hot. You know what I'm saying? And that's about
man. It was so hot the other day, man. I'm telling you, man, I saw the devil with a t-shirt on that said Jesus is the way. Dang.
Hilarious.
Man. But man, yeah, it's good to see you, man. Let's see who we got in the chat tonight, brother. Who we got in the chat tonight?
Well, let's start from the top, man. Let's see who we got. Caramel Drip in the building. What We Know podcast. What's up, Project 25? We also have Marriage, Politics, and Sports. Okay, R-Pain, we see you. We also have Embrace the Grace. Welcome back once again. Who else do we have? Oh, yeah, we got Almanize in the building. What's happening, girl? And the one and only Lady Navoa in the building. Yes, indeed. And, of course, you know, we got JT in the building, What We Know podcast. And let's see who else we got. I think that's about, can't forget about Trey. Trey said, hey, what's up, y'all? And who else? We got Lady D in the house, as always. And I think that's it. Hold on a second. We got Izzy Bands in the building. What's up, Izzy?
Izzy. The link in the chat, my guy. Go ahead.
That's it. That's what we got so far. Yeah.
Well, welcome to the show tonight, man. Hit the like button, subscribe button as you come in. Izzy, you want to come up, man? All fellas, if you want to come up, come on up here, man. The link is at the top of the chat. I do want to bring some guys up. This is going to be a good conversation because we got a guy in the back that I don't know what it is. I don't know if a Democrat touched his booty or someone he was teeing. But man, he is convinced that the Republicans are the saviors. So let's go ahead and bring him up. God damn, the standard of listen. Our Pander is in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Our Pander.
Yes, sir.
Our Pander is in the building tonight, man.
You're on mute, R-Pain.
Okay.
Thank God I was on mute because what I said, I might have got kicked off the network.
Yeah.
Say, you can listen, man. You got it wrong, BMU, man. I am not for the Republicans. I just am not for the Democrats. And this binary thing is bigger than that. So we can talk about that all night long, man. But it's a mischaracterization to say I'm for the Republicans. I'm just not for the Democrats because of their stronghold they have on black people. That shit has got to come to an end. I don't give a shit if the United States falls in the goddamn sea. We got to get rid of these fucking guys. That's it. The chains, we're in mental slavery to these bastards. So okay, that's it.
We're gonna talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
I'm gonna bring up the other guy here, man. The other guy that he said he never getting married. He don't care. If you leave a girl around him, he gonna fold her up like a lawn chair. Trey Taylor is in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
What's good with y'all?
What's happening, man?
What's up, Trey?
All right, the next guy I want to bring up, man. He said he ain't no bully, but he ain't no wussy. He from the old school under the boomers. He eat plenty of pussy. Give it up for JT from What We Know podcast.
313. Fuck is he you on one tonight, huh? And messed around and called R-Pain a they.
That's so fucked up, man.
I don't want to be disrespectful to the LGBTQ community.
Oh my God.
Oh, like I see this shit. All right, man. Come up, man. The link is at the top of the chat. We appreciate you guys, man. Welcome in Trey Taylor, R Pander, JT in the building tonight. Trey, what's going on, man? How you doing today, brother?
I'm good, man. I'm good. You know, I finally could come outside because it was 99 and hell today. So
Shit.
Yeah.
finally can come outside. I like being outside, man. I don't like sitting in the house. I know a lot of people are house people. I'm not. I'd rather, if I could, I'd rather be out in the middle of the woods and forest somewhere, man. I enjoy nature.
Word.
Until that grizzly bear show up. Our panda.
What's going on, everybody?
What's going on, man?
Yeah, we got straighten y'all out tonight.
I know, man. It's good to see you, man. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're gonna be on you in a minute. JT, what with no podcast?
What's going on, bro? What's popping with you?
I heard you lost. What's going on, man? How you doing, bro?
He waiting for you to say some shit, man. There you go.
Hell yeah. That's that poker face. He always got that damn poker face. That's why you know you ain't up to no. He just up to no good. But you know no good.
Good. Yeah. All right, we got Lady Dickface in the building tonight. She said, "I'll be damned if I let a black man."
Wow.
It's Friday, y'all. It's Friday,
It's
y'all.
Friday.
Yes,
Let me go
indeed it
check the
is.
moon right quick and see what type of moon we got.
Who else we got in the building tonight, man? We got 183307 in the building. We got Raj Wheel in the building tonight. We got let's see, who else we got in here?
Hunting Wisdom in the building.
Yeah, Hunting Wisdom. A great show last night, ladies. Embrace the Grace in the building tonight. She said hello to Art. No, it's our pander. Listen, guys, if you don't pander in the chat, I'm gonna kick you out.
Yo, don't listen to him, man. You got it right. It's Pain.
Man, we see a cape. You
Pain.
out of
That's
here.
that strong name. That's the name with two balls and shit. Pain.
This boy tired, just tired of it. But yeah, we shout out to you, our pander. So welcome to the show tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I want to share some shit with you guys tonight. I want to start out. You know, there's a difference between white men and black men. Okay. I think black men, when it come to dating, we ain't shit. You know, we trash ass. Okay. Let me just play the video. Ladies and gentlemen, first up, evidence, Trey, Arpain, and JT, lost in translation. I want to get your thoughts on what this, I don't know what this is, had to say.
You ask, what's the difference between dating some black men and the white man? Well, the white man is going to call you and invite you out. The black man is going to text you, good morning, beautiful. Hello, gorgeous. What you doing? The white man is going to take you to a very nice dinner and pay for it. The black man is going to ask you, what you cooking? Can I come over? The white man is going to take you to get your tire fixed and pay for it. The black man is going to tell you, you need to get your tire fixed. The white man is going to buy you a very special gift for your birthday. The black man is going to disappear and call you after your birthday. The white man is going to be very impressed by your education and your personal accomplishments. The black man is going to be intimidated by your education and your personal accomplishments. The white man is going to raise his kid, take care of his kid, spend quality time with his kid. The black man is going to get you pregnant and abandon you and the kid. The white man wants a relationship that leads to marriage and family. The black man wants a situationship that leads to nothing. The white man is going to date you, propose to you, and then marry you. The black man is going to shack up with you and play house with you. The white man is going to be clear in his communication when it comes to you.
All right. The white man. Fellas, what are your thoughts? We'll start with our pander. I know he on her side, so go ahead.
Why you start with me, man? Shoot. Listen, man, you know, I've seen her before. Listen, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Nick.
Listen, I really don't like to respond to idiocy like that. You know, first of all, everything she said is pretty much what black men do. right? You know what I'm saying? So only thing I would say to her is, who hurt you? I really don't have anything deep to say. I mean,
so you agree with her when she says the differences between the black man and the white man? You agree with that?
Yeah. See why? I just told you that everything she said that the white men do, we actually do. Because this is just all bullshit. We actually
I get
do
what he's
those
saying.
things.
I get what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
You know, so I mean, you know, I don't know what black men she's been dealing with. Obviously, she's been, you know, down in the dirt somewhere finding men like most black women do, right? Because they don't want to have to sit down and talk to men who they have to look up to. They don't want to be in this. They don't want to be in the presence of men who demand more from them. So they deal with the fuckery guys, and they get what they deserve. But everything she said is just bullshit. But I don't know why. You know, I can't give it too much more energy than that. If somebody hurt her, that's the bottom line. Like most black women who've been through the carousel, they all been hurt, and their traumas manifest itself just like it did for her.
Now, I think personally, before we move forward, put it back up here, that the reason that if I look like Lil Richard after I drunk a Sunday Delight, I would probably be upset that men don't talk to me either. This bitch look like a man. You have sex with her and hiccup, you'll sneeze and this bitch will look like Lil Richard. My thing is, you know, this is probably why she's saying that she's saying, look at her. Let me ask a question. Trey, would you date this?
Yeah,
You ask, what's the difference between dating?
The bottom of her voice is tenor. You ask why white men and black men are dating. You sound like an announcer for the fucking Astros.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably why nobody wants you. Look at her.
Wait.
Damn, mouth wider than an elephant's penis. Okay, back to the show. So what are your thoughts, Brother Trey? I know you agree with her.
Well, she left out one thing. She left out the difference between black men and white men is that white men don't want your ass. Forgot that part. You forgot the part that black men are still married to black women at an 80% clip. That the only ones that want y'all sitting there with the bad weave and the headband on and the missing eyebrows with your arms folded up is us. We're the only ones who want you. These white men don't want you. They want to sleep with you. They'll make you their bed wench. They'll fold you up for sure. And then they'll go home to their white wife, Susie, Becky, Rachel. They'll go home to her. You have forgotten this part. They don't want you. The European men ain't coming over the pond to get you. They ain't coming from anywhere. They don't want you. You want them. They don't want you. She forgot that part. She's full of shit like most black women who think like this. And last I checked, white men pay the least amount of child support and are the least involved. So I don't know what the hell she's talking about, and I don't know where she gets her information from. But not only is she unattractive and undesirable, but she's misinformed.
Damn. JT, man, how you gonna follow that?
Mm-hmm. Shit. By actually piggybacking off of what he said. First and foremost, that's not a white or black thing. If you heard what she was saying, every woman that is undesirable had to deal with that shit. To the side of somebody just want to go ahead and smack them cheeks. That's it. All of the things that she said, there was not, it was not, put for if it's a black or a white thing. It's pretty much a man thing to a woman that they really don't want. Listen to what she has said. When she said a black man would tell you that you got to get your tire fixed, right? Actually, no. You got some simp ass niggas that would go and they just met your ass and they will fix that damn tire.
I'll pay for it.
So she lied on that part right there. Right. I would be the dude to say, if I just met your ass, you need to get your tire fixed.
Exactly.
If I don't know you, I'm not obligated to fix none of that shit that you got going on. I've seen this shit happen. When it comes down to, if you're cooking, that's what I want to hear. How well do you cook? I'm not just going to say it off the top of my head. this is some shit where you just got people that just come on social media and say shit. You know what I'm saying? A white man would say the same exact thing if you told the nigga you was cooking. What you cooking? There ain't nobody that's gonna be sitting here unless they a simp. White, black, Puerto Rican, Mexican, it don't matter. When they just met you, taking you to a nice restaurant and they don't know shit about you. That's crazy what these women are expecting, bro. It's it's funny where you would think that the shit was just these social media talking points, but they're not. They got women that really think that they deserve to have good treatment, and they don't even treat themselves good. They expect somebody to do something for them that they're not even doing for themselves. I end it there.
All right, Mr. Bennett just came in the building tonight. Mr. Bennett, how are you doing tonight, sir?
Doing pretty well, sir.
It would be ill-informed if I didn't. All right, Mr. Bennett. Now, I want to say this before, Mr. Bennett. I know Mr. Bennett. I wasn't going to say anything, but Black David won't get off my fucking nerves. So I'm going to shout out to the Silverback. Listen. So the July the 3rd, if you guys ever heard of Voyage magazine, they feature Black Men Unfiltered Network in Voyage magazine in Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a picture of me, and they have a whole article about the podcast and all that shit. And now let's move on. All right, so
why are you trying to skip over?
Nah, fuck all that. I want to know what the hell. You don't just put that shit out there.
Yeah,
what's wrong with you, black man?
Oh, nothing, man.
Are you gonna play modest now?
Yeah, look at him, man. False modesty. Look at him, man.
I mean, I
know what I'm talking about.
I don't like to horn, man. You know, I don't like to do all this shit. It's just crazy. But yeah, man, I'll put the link in the chat for y'all.
Yeah, do that.
I'll put it.
You don't like celebrating your birthday, do you?
I do not.
All right, Prince. I know it's my birthday, but I don't want to do that.
All right, y'all. I put it in the back chat. Anyway, listen. So, as we move on, Mr. Bennett, you just came in, and Trey Ferg came in. God damn, all these bald head dudes. God damn it, they taking over.
Y'all
Mr.
look
Bennett,
so beautiful.
Y'all
Y'all look so beautiful. Thank you, JT. Just the whole room just radiated when you took it off. It's like the sun just kind of came out.
It did.
Yes, sir.
Damn your goddamn braids, black man. Go ahead, join the clan.
Mr.
You know,
Bennett.
I still got to pick with your ass since that damn shit you put out there on that damn short. That was funny though. I love it, man.
I love you too, boy. Mr. Bennett, go ahead and introduce these bald head bastards.
Again, I mean, just look this tapestry of the bold and the beautiful, the beneficent, benevolent bald brotherhood of the Community Network. Look at just look at the excellence that's here. I mean, you can't top this. Now CBN, you will make my day. Oh, I thought you were gonna take the hat off. Now you're getting there. He's shaved off about half of it.
I might shave it tomorrow.
There you go. Join us. Join the ranks.
Put his hat on upside down. You know what I'm
There
saying?
you go. Hey, y'all looking
Like
good.
David still got a half.
Man, but bro. So, Mr. Bennett, Trey Ferg, I want to introduce you to Lil Rich's daughter. Here she is.
Some black men and the white man? Well, the white man is going to call you and invite you out. The black man is going to text you. Good morning, beautiful. Hello, gorgeous. What you doing? The white man is going to take you to a very nice dinner and pay for it. The black man is going to ask you, what you cooking? Can I come over? The white man is going to take you to get your tire fixed and pay for it. The black man is going to tell you, you need to get your tire fixed. The white man is going to buy you a very special gift for your birthday. The black man is going to disappear and call you after your birthday. The white man is going to be very impressed by your education and your personal accomplishments. The black man is going to be intimidated by your education and your personal accomplishments. The white man is going to raise his kid, take care of his kid, spend quality time with his kid. The black man is going to get you pregnant and abandon you and the kid. The white man wants a relationship that leads to marriage and family. The black man wants a situationship that leads to nothing. The white man is going to date you, propose to you, and then marry you. The black man is going to shack up with you and play house with you. The white man is going to be clear in his communication when it comes to you.
Well.
What's good, my brothers? How y'all doing, man? Good evening.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on, y'all? Thank y'all for having me, man.
Yes, sir. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the channel, Izzy.
So, Mr. Bennett, we'll go with you first. What did you think about her? What do you think? Is there any truth to what she's saying, or?
Most of the things she said, I think there's no truth in them, especially when it comes to.
Going on at Black David house. Could you mute your mic, Black David? Thank you.
Now, I would disagree with most of what she said. Now, as far as the black men want to either marry you or they just want to shack up with you and not marrying you, well, again, you allow what happens to you. So if you decide to shack up with the man, then that's really on you if you allow that to happen. But if you're going to hold guys, you're going to hold your standards high, then you're not going to allow that. So but yeah, I would disagree with most of what she said. Gross generalizations on black men, continuing the trope because it I'm sure it gets her some followers. But no, I would disagree with most. But if I had the opportunity to be with her, we could just go point to point on those, and I would just certainly voice my where I disagree. But as far as black men not being committed to families, I mean, we have the statistics that said that's not true. In fact, black men are the most involved, most committed to family. And most black men, we don't necessarily want to leave. If you're married to someone, we're the ones who do not want to leave. And we know that the woman is the one who files for divorce the most. So I think that so these this narrative is out there, and unfortunately you have men and you have women, and unfortunately you got some guys out there who are perpetuating that same narrative. So one of the things I enjoy about the BMD network is that we put to bed a lot of those delusions, a lot of those myths, and we're trying to do a reset on what we want, what we're about. And I'm just looking here. I have the privilege every week, several times a week, in fact, to share with men of high character, and high expectations. And so, in fact, that's never been around me. I haven't been around guys who even come close to that model for the past 40 years of my life. So when I hear these narratives that are out there and whatnot, I'm like, where's this coming from? I just don't see it. Is it come from the hip hop community? Who's perpetuating these tropes, and who owns the labels to a lot of these artists who are, some being paid sometimes handsomely to promote these narratives. So, but that's just not around me. And I look to my left and to my right, and I see guys who, any woman would have, would be blessed to have, any one of the men on this panel. So I just can't, I just can't buy into that.
All right, Trey Ferg is in the building tonight, man. Trey Ferg, what's going on, man?
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing, man? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. What's up, man?
So what do you think about the young lady who looks like the person behind you in the picture?
I've seen a few of our clips, over the past year and a half or two, maybe. It's interesting. I believe she's experienced a lot of those lists that she just ran down, or she knows someone that it may have experienced. But as far as the difference between white men and black men, pretty much she said, tried to label the negative for the black man. A lot of white men do that too. However, the white man, when he chooses a sister, she is going to be everything that we can't get on our side. She's going to be fit. And if she's not fit, she's going to have the bag. He's not going to take a big girl that's broke. She's going to be submissive and feminine, and she's going to have his children without even arguing the point. And those men that move like that, they go after the top tier of the sisters. They the fittest, they the prettiest, they everything that we can't get. They submit. They'll give up the whole culture of you ninjas to go and be with that. So just my experience of, but those labels that she tried to say, brothers, nah. She's probably gotten her heart broke a few times, but I understand.
All right. Is it Vance? You seen this concubines slave master. What are your thoughts?
What's up, BMU? What's up, family? How y'all doing, man?
Good to see you, sir.
Man, it's sad, man. I'm gonna be honest, man. I think that when the family feud, everybody lose, man. I'm gonna be real with you, right? For people to look at themselves and hate themselves so much that they have to seek something else other than themselves is sickening, right? Now, let me say this. If you love who you love, that's fine. Whatever hue of human that is, whether they be a very, very light Caucasian-like human, whether they be a very, very dark human, that's cool, right? But that's who you chose to love. But when you go into a situation with these blanketed stereotypes and these ignorant statements and these statements that aren't even close to true, that's when it gets real hairy and stupid, right? You're sitting there making all these statements just talking because we all know that that's not true. What about the sister who went on the date with the white man and then she ended up with her body parts all over Milwaukee? What about the other black sister that went on a date and ended up decapitated? Like, we know by and large, a lot of times the way that they handle their sisters' debauchery is to delete them. So when you're saying all of this stuff about what a black man's not going to do this, a white man do this, or a black man's not going to do this, that's ignorance. It doesn't even make sense. You're stereotyping, sending people into a burning building with no daggone fire extinguisher and no water. It doesn't make sense. Like, at the end of the day, people are people. You got to learn how to judge people off the content of their character and how they behave rather than off of skin color or off a predisposed notion of who you think that person is.
Appreciate that, man. Appreciate it. Now, listen, a lot of things have been going on lately, and Trey has been one of the people who have been on fire for, what is the benefits of marriage and why do men want to get married in 2024? And a lot of men say, on the other side of it, say, marriage is a great thing. And so after this, we just saw a divorce just happen. And this is what happened in the divorce. Let's take a look.
Fulton County ruled that Tayana gets to keep 4 of their main properties worth about $10 million. Iman has to make a one-time payment of $1 million. Iman also has to pay $8,000 a month in child support for their girls, Rue and Junie, and cover all their private school fees. Tayana's keeping a bunch of cars, including a Maybach, a Mercedes Sprinter, a tour bus, and her favorite, the Bronco. She's also holding on to her businesses, TaylorMade and Auntie's Looks, like Tayana came out with a big win. She won. All right, y'all, let's move on.
Is she supposed to be the new Wendy Williams or something like that?
Yeah, I don't know.
A lot of Wendy energy there.
Yeah, they all look alike. She took the big win, and she probably had dick since September of '84.
Gosh. You know what I don't understand, man? I don't understand is that these women get on TV and they gloat and they say that this woman had a big win. Well, the big losers, the kids, man. They don't get to be around their father no more. And I think that's a damn shame, man, once you think about it. And I really don't think that people think about stuff like that when they get on the air and they say stuff like, well, you know, she had a big win. A lot of these women try to live vicariously through the broken homes of other people as if they're getting a win or if they're getting a payout. But at the end of the day, when we see these kids in another 10 years, man, we're going to see who the real losers were in this situation.
My God.
Yeah.
JT?
So yeah, it keeps proving Trey's point. It just gets to the point, like, just the more and more you look at this whole thing with divorce and the breakup and just the monotony of this so-called gender war thing, right? It shows, like, when you talk about things, the stuff, you could always make that shit back. You know what I'm saying? Some of that shit probably was already depleting anyway. You know what I'm saying? And evidently he wasn't fighting for a whole bunch of that shit. Probably the most shit he was fighting for was the whole thing with the custody and what they wanted for child support and stuff like that. So it gets to a point where with a lot of people, you just don't know, because in family court, first and foremost, it starts out as an negotiation. It's just when it gets to the point where you're not negotiating shit. It's about who got the most money now that can keep this dumbass shit going, because the only ones that's winning is the lawyers and the judge. You know what I'm saying? So for one, when you really just look at the whole thing, I could have said this shit a long time. I never thought that she was a woman that was really nice. Ever since I seen that shit with the Myron, I never liked her. I never liked her. She looks evil. She didn't look, you know what I'm saying? She had an exotic look to her. She had a nice body and all of that, man. But she just didn't look like she was going to be there for the long haul. When I heard her perform, the way that she was performing, you know, she's real big on the LGBT, IQH, elemental P shit. So if I was speaking to him, I'd been like, you sure you didn't see this shit, my guy? You can see that this shit was gonna happen. This is my thing. When it comes down to this whole thing of marriage anyway, you have to be super careful. You should never get married if you are in Hollywood. Why? It's worse. When you are a celebrity, marriage does not sound like it's a good ideal at all. Unless you married someone before you even got in Hollywood. And even at that point, Hollywood kills it all. Don't nobody want to see people married and having a whole family and being conducive to a community, because there's no real community that's conducive to the individuals or the families in Hollywood. Everybody that's in that shit, they got a horror story, don't they? The majority of people have a horror story. You can count on your hands that the amount of people that has been married and their marriage has been intact until they die. You can count on your hands how many people got that on them. But for the most part, when you're talking about this whole thing of marriage, it's not until we can train people, I guess, or have a different type of way of looking at what marriage is supposed to be, a purpose in it and stuff like that. I don't think that is conducive to have. There's no courting that's involved in it. There's nothing where you can say, okay, once we get married, our goal is to stay together. The goal is not to stay together. The goal is to be happy, right? It's to be happy until somebody makes you unhappy. And so the end of the marriage would be a divorce. It's dumb. It's stupid right now. The more and more I look at this shit, the more dumb it is. Not the concept of marriage. How people are using the concept of marriage is dumb. This shit it doesn't mean, I don't think anybody that's after 1970 should even consider being married no more. If you are 45 years old and you 50 years old, you better find out what purpose it is for your ass to get married to somebody, to a fucking stranger. Because the courting part is not there. So you're just marrying a stranger. What I'm seeing right now is that that's the problem that we have in America. There's no courting with it. It's just people dating, fucking eating, going on trips and shit. And then somebody at one night get this whole feeling that they get warm and shit. And they be like, will you marry me? Yes. And now they getting married and shit like that. Shit don't make any sense anymore. So kind of like on Trey's side, man. I ain't gonna even lie.
Now let me go to Izzy. Izzy, what are your thoughts, my guy?
Man, so it's man, like yeah.
Take your time, Doc.
It's just, man, like I said, to me, it's sad, man. You know what I'm saying? Like who gets married to get divorced and then they have 2 kids and they, you know what I'm saying, they doing their thing and you know what I'm saying, they're young. He was an NBA star, now he reality star, you know what I'm saying, singer, whatever. She was doing what she modeling, whatever she's doing, right? And at the end of the day, the children lose, man. That's mostly what I could think about, man. The children are the ones that lose. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she got all of this stuff and they're celebrating. She got all this stuff. She got the car, the house, the 4 cars, the Maybach, the Splinter van, and she got this and she got that and she got this. And they're celebrating that. Extrapolating resources from that man. They're celebrating that. Whereas she was supposed to be a successful woman doing her thing, getting money as well, right? But at the end of the day, they got 2 daughters. And them 2, guaranteed them 2 daughters wanted to see their mother and their father in the same house growing up, getting what they need. So it's kind of hard for me I could understand how people could feel the way they feel, but most people don't make it into the NBA. Most people don't have a successful NBA career. Most people don't have millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. Most people don't have a successful woman to that degree with the money. So it's like, yo, I can't necessarily relate to what they're going through. At the same time, the part that's sad to me is the fact that it's a marriage that's dissolved because they couldn't work it out and because people are selfish at the end of the day. People seek their own. They just seek their own. And you could tell by the way they're celebrating whatever the bounty that she got from them getting divorced.
Damn. Trey, talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, there's several different ways I could go about this. I mean, I could beat y'all over the head about the marriage stuff, but I think I've done that enough. I'm gonna go about this in a different way. This isn't a black woman thing. This is just a modern woman thing, straight up. This isn't, Kevin Costner's wife divorced him and wanted $200,000 a month or some crazy number that she wanted. What we have here is we have women who are running up to the top of the mountain and they're screaming from the top of the mountain, fuck these kids. They're screaming it. They're telling us, I don't give a damn about these kids. I care about me and what I want. And they're screaming it to us. I think it's high time men start listening. That you are always going to pick yourself over everybody. Fuck the family. Fuck the legacy. Fuck the last name. Fuck growing old together. Fuck it all. I want to be happy. You're not making me happy. And I truly think that Tiana probably called it quits the day Iman's goofy ass was dancing around on Dancing with the Stars. I think she was probably done right then and there. But the issue here is, fellas, when you are vetting these women, you have to be able to determine how selfish is this woman, because they're all selfish. But what level of selfishness is she? You have to ask the question, what is she willing to sacrifice to have a family? Because in order to have a family, you got to give up something. Both men and women both give up something to have this family. Mm-hmm. I wanted to be a professional wrestler. So it was never going to happen. Okay?
You're going to be the Junkyard Dog Jr.
No. I've never seen you in Ring of Honor.
You're right. You know what I mean?
Wait a minute. Everybody mute.
And you.
Everybody mute.
Yeah. What happened?
All right then. That sounds like some thunder and lightning right there, man.
Yeah. BMU, that's your mic. Something going on.
Shit, that ain't me.
Is it me?
Okay.
No, it ain't you, Trey.
I don't know what that was.
It's not me, is it?
It's Black David probably.
No, Black David.
He played with David.
It's Pain.
Who just
It's me.
It's on you, Pain. It's you.
What am I doing?
Your mic is very loud.
Sound
You
like
can
you
hear
got your mic
everything.
in your pockets.
Oh, shit.
You got
Boomers
your
and
mic-
technology. Here we go.
you got your mic in your gym shoe.
Technology kicking his ass. Here we go.
Now, yeah, it's better now. Damn, boy, you had the damn microphone on call. Jesus.
Good, man. So is it better now or not?
No, it's better,
Are
bro.
you out of your fucking mind? Are you crazy?
I did turn it up. I didn't know you were going to hear it.
Yeah, who was talking, man? Because we couldn't even get
It was me. I'll just finish with this. Like I said to the fellas, your vetting process has to be thorough, and it has to be almost invasive to make sure that you understand that these women are going to choose themselves, and they've been screaming that it ain't really about the kids, and it ain't about family, and it ain't about legacy. To a degree, this is a problem that most men won't have. Let's just be honest about it, right? Most men won't make $50 million over their lifetime, right? So this isn't really an issue that most men will have. However, it does not mean that you cannot accumulate assets during the course of your life. And so when I scream from the mountaintops to fellas, protect yourself, this is what I'm saying. Because you don't know what you'll have. If I told you at 21 that I would have what I have now at almost 40, I'd be lying to you. You don't know. So you have to protect yourself. Everybody's pushing for marriage, and that's fine. If y'all feel like that's the way to fix our community, fine. But we have to take some steps and some measures to make sure that men don't get left hanging out to dry on the back end. That's all I got.
All right, man. Well,
Makes sense.
it does make sense. Mr. Bennett, what do you have to say about it?
Well, certainly to Trey's last point, yeah, this is not going to affect 99.5% of most black men, certainly for sure. So, again, trying to compare any kind of celebrity or athlete type of or entertainer type of relationships, I just don't think that they just swim in a different stratosphere than we do. My case for marriage would certainly be for, again, for a man to hopefully get someone that'll help him be a better version of himself, have responsibility. You're talking about a guy who's on the bottom. You meet somebody when you don't have anything, and that person, if that person is truly with you, they can kind of help you get to where you need to get to. Hopefully it'll discipline you. Hopefully it'll keep you from being out there, being reckless with your sexuality. Just different things like that. And again, if you do want to raise a relatively intact family, I still think marriage is the best environment to raise children in. I'm not saying you can't come out of that. I certainly didn't come from that, but I think it's a better situation when you have two vested parents in the situation. So I think it's the ideal. But I think certainly guys are going to have to start asking themselves some serious questions in the future. One is the idea of parenting, and I don't think that's something that we really ask. In fact, I was asking Grooming this question on his last show, like how many guys today really want to be fathers? Like you in high school or college or whatever, how many conversations have you been in where a guy says, yeah, I want to have 4 or 5 kids or 2 or 3 kids or whatever? Like that's a conversation I don't hear a lot of guys like with their being said, like, I want to be a father. Today it seems like a lot of guys are fathered out of either, again, if you want to be married and then have children, that's one thing. But, a lot of guys are just fathers because, again, they weren't careful or protecting themselves against that. Fatherhood is kind of thrust on us. So a lot of guys aren't really taking that conversation seriously. If you don't want to be a father, I know when I got married, one thing for sure, I did not want to be a father right away. So my wife and I, we were married for 3 years, and that was the plan. I told any woman, I'm going to be married to you for 3 years before I even think about having kids with you. in part because I wanted unfettered sex for that 3 years, because that's what the reason I got married. And second, I wanted to see if you were worth having a kid with, because if you're going to have problems early on with no kids, kids are not going to make that situation better. Kids are going to test what's already there. If we're messed up, if our communication is messed up, then kids are not going to make it better. If our sex isn't good, kids are not going to make it better. If the time, they just don't make it better. It just tests that. So I think guys have to be a bit more serious about, what do you want? If you want kids, I think marriage is the best place to have them in. But you might have to go the Nick Cannon route, especially if you have means. Maybe Nick Cannon, maybe that's the model that for a lot of these rich athletes or whatnot. Yeah, have several. Chad Ochocinco, he has several baby mamas or whatever, but he keeps them intact. Apparently he's got good relationships with all of them. But I think he's got like 11 kids, 8 or 11 kids himself or something like that. So maybe that's what these guys have to think about. Change the title. I just need mothers for my children, and I need certainly those mothers to be vested, but I don't have to be with you like that. And set up your finances as such where you're not going to be, paying these women big money at the end of the day. But I think that maybe where the conversation needs to start. If sex is not going to be a prohibitive thing, like it was, like I said, sex was prohibitive. I wasn't going to have sex out of marriage. That was just something I was just fixed on. So marriage kind of was the driver. If that's not a problem for you, then ask yourself the question: do you want kids? And if you don't want kids, or if that is going to be a mix, then again, have that conversation. Okay, what's that going to look like? Are you going to have that with a wife, or are you just going to get some women, pay them well, and look, they're just going to be, create my progeny? But I don't think a lot of guys, I haven't heard a lot of conversations with guys actively certain for us. And for us coming up, where guys were saying, I want to have 3 kids. I want 2 boys and a girl. Guys just don't think like that. At least I haven't seen a lot of conversations like that.
Dope.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bennett. What are your thoughts on it? Let's see who we got. Oh, our pander. What are your thoughts?
Hey, listen, I still advocate for marriage, but it's not for everybody, and it's for a select few these days. And I just think that even before you consider marriage, if you have to pull a woman into that, or she has to pull you into it, don't get married. I mean, whatever criteria you set up, it's got to be structured. But in the Tiana Taylor Iman issue, it's his fault. I don't care what happened to him. He let the devil in. He let the vampire in. He didn't vet her. He had all his money. She wasn't famous at the time either. He didn't have a prenup, nothing. He went in butt naked to a chick who's out in the streets. They were doing threesomes and all that kind of stuff. He was sharing her and all that. That's just bound to fail. So I don't, I can't feel sorry for the guy. He's not going to be on food stamps or anything like that. He'll take it and move on. But, and it turns out that I think she's supposed to be making more money than him as well.
She does make more money.
He had a horrible
Since
lawyer.
he retired, yes.
Yeah, huh?
Since
Yeah,
he
he had
retired.
I don't know what kind of lawyer he had.
But that money train ended a lot earlier for him. His last 2 years, like he took his pay took a drastic cut in the NBA the last 2 seasons. That he was. I think his last year, I don't even think he made $1 million. I think he made like vet minimum money. So the money flow was already significantly dropped at that time.
Yeah, let me just finish this. I'm
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's all right. Listen, I'm just saying that guys have to be responsible for the women they led into the marriage for. I mean, you just have to be. And, sometimes it's going to go bad no matter what you do. But this one wasn't that hard to see. And if you can't marry, if you have all that money as a man, and even if you don't, like Trey said, if you're on your upward mobile, it depends on the woman you marry again, because you might accumulate things along the way. But this guy went in with a bag with no protection, none. And now he sees what's happening. So I think that's what men need to, if you're going to get married, for men, you got to make sure that the woman you choose views you as her number one choice and views you that way based on some covenant vows that you're willing to do and she's willing to do. And it's only going to get you so far. It's a risk reduction program because nothing is 100% guaranteed. But I think guys are frivolous with who they marry. They just are. And you kind of get what you deserve.
Now, I do want to make one slight correction or opinion about what she said. She wasn't famous when she got married. She was a very popular, especially for the teen girls. She was very popular on. You remember a show called My Super Sweet 16?
All right,
So she's been making bread since 2007.
Yeah, it's not that she wasn't making bread, but she wasn't the Tiana Taylor we know now. She wasn't as famous as he was as a basketball player. Right. She might have had, maybe that's how he met her in the thing. I didn't mean she was broke, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, she was on Disney too, so them chicks were wonderful.
Black man,
anyway, man, I feel. I don't know. I don't feel sorry for the brother. I think he opened the door. The vampire came in. They play with their food for a while, and then they strike, and that's what happened.
Yeah, go ahead, Law.
Let me ask you a question, man. All week long, I've been hearing guys say, "Make sure that you pick better." You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Make sure that you're careful. This type of thing. When are we gonna start asking the women to not be pieces of shit?
Did you hear what I said?
You know what I'm saying? Back in the day, listen, back in the day, we used to have a standard for women. You know what I'm saying? You didn't cuss. You know what I'm saying? You didn't have kids out of wedlock. You know what I mean? You didn't talk back. You wasn't sassy. You was going to church. You was helping folks in the community. You know what I'm saying? And my whole thing is this. We're asking fellas to do every damn thing, and we're asking the women to do nothing.
Hear what I said?
I've heard rhetoric all week long that says if you get the man in gear, the women will follow. I'm not so sure about that. Everybody who says that never offers any proof of that. And to be honest, I'm sick of it. I'm really, really sick of it, man. You know what I mean? I'll give you an analogy. You going out to the woods or whatever, and you see a stream, and it's this one little stream that's got cool, refreshing water in it, okay? And then upstream, you got somebody that's pissing in it. You know what I mean? But you telling this man downstream he need to pick better. I think we need to stop pissing in the stream, man. That's the problem. Everybody wants to address the men, but nobody wants to address the behavior of the women. And I'm getting sick of it. You know what I mean? It's like it's more of a minefield. You know what I mean? Let's be honest. The playing field was different when Mr. Bennett and R. Payne was coming out. You had more women who knew how to be a wife. You know what I mean? They had other women to tell them and teach them how to be wives. And these women had the know-how and the wherewithal to want to be wives. So they really didn't have to ask for them for that much. But today we actually have to twist arms, send them to therapy. We got to look up under the covers in the beds and the closets, looking for all type of trauma and BS. And then we have to actually pay for it. And then after that, there's no guarantee once you get married that something's going to creep up later on that she's going to get a wild itch and want to get a divorce.
Did you hear what I said?
My whole thing is this. When are we going to stop pretending and putting all the pressure on the men? We have enough to deal with. You want us to sit up here and move the community forward and take care of all this and provide and be leaders of the community. And then you got a whole bunch of people that don't want to follow, but don't nobody want to address it because nobody wants to be the bad guy.
Did you hear what I said?
Listen, I'm more than willing to be the bad guy because somebody needs to do it. And to me, it seems like we're surrounded by a bunch of pussies who don't want to have nothing to do with it and don't want to have nothing to say about it. I sign up. I just need to find out who else coming, man. And if you ain't coming, I really don't care because I'm still going to go myself.
Did you hear what I said?
That shit irritates me every time I see that damn video.
Lost in translation?
Hell no.
Hey,
Hell no. Oh, Lord.
Ah, shoot the shit out of her ass.
Easy. You put it out there, so I want you to take over this one. Go ahead, Easy. Go. I want Easy to go, but Lost Translation, the floor is yours, guys. You got to lead them in this. Goddamn.
What's going on?
Yeah, what are your thoughts on?
I don't haven't seen this either.
Oh yeah, you got one later, Black.
Yeah, I never seen that one. That's crazy.
Hey, Black man, there's something that we're leaving out too. We need to address the fact that many of the women in our community would prefer to be with a woman. We need to just understand that that's the direction that a lot of this is heading.
They want partners.
They want partners. They want to be with women. Tiana Taylor, in my opinion, wanted to be with a woman.
Yep.
And I think her behavior post divorce has confirmed what I always thought about it.
Yep.
Me too.
That she would rather be with a woman. I think we're starting to see a lot of these women and celebrities would be who we would see that would be more recognizable. Well, you're starting to see women date women more, right? Kalani, the chick the comedian that was married to a man and she got married to a woman. I can't think of her name right now. The black chick, I can't think of her name. She was on Reno 911. I can't think of her name. But you know,
Oh, you talking about shit.
With them
I
big
can't
ass
think of her
lips
name.
and them
I can
big
see her
ass titties.
face.
I know you talking about.
Yeah, I can see her face. But I've said this before.
Niecy Nash.
Niecy Nash.
There you go.
Yeah.
I've said this before. There's going to come a point in time where the only people that are going to want black women are black women. That's it.
Yeah.
That's coming down the road if they continue the behavior that they're heading. Now, I don't think we'll be alive for that, but that's the direction we're headed in. That the lesbian numbers within our community are going to spike. They're already spiking, but they're going to spike.
Yeah.
But you're going to see more women be with women because men require structure. We require discipline. We require, as Lost was saying, for you to be on your A game. And you are not going to be able to get away with bullshit. And we're not going to cut you a pass on bullshit.
Right.
Whereas women are far more liberal and there's a gray area, right? And that way they can kind of float in that gray area. And if shit goes left, they can just play the victim game and blame it on somebody else. That's why they love living in that gray area. So I think we have to understand, and that's why I'm saying this vetting process is highly important, because another part of this is you got to find out, does she like women? Has she been with a woman in her past? And
those are questions you have to ask them too.
You got to ask these questions.
Yes.
You have to know these things because they could end up hurting you in the future if you don't know what you should have known before you got with her.
Now, Trey, I disagree with you. Let me tell you why. They don't want to be with each other either, Trey, because these statistics just show that lesbian relationships have the highest domestic violence cases.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what about breakup? What's the breakup rate?
Yeah, they beating the shit out of each other.
Well, that's just par for the course.
Right.
I'm just being honest with you.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
That's just gonna happen. But what's their breakup number?
Numbers too.
It's 75%.
Probably.
Those are new numbers.
Yeah, probably.
So I have a question in regards to this situation with Shumpert and the young lady. To me, it's similar to what's the other young lady?
Tiana Taylor.
Not Tiana Taylor, but what's the other young lady?
Tia
Mowry. It's similar. At the height of her career, the husband took her to home or whatever. Then, as her career died, he started to take off. She abruptly just divorced him. Even Iman Shumpert, even though once he got out of the NBA, he's been acting. He's been doing some acting jobs. And I like the little TV show, The Shy. He's been doing really well on there. But now, of course, he's not bringing in the ultimate bag. She gets a little leverage. Now, all of a sudden, they split up, and it still plays into this algorithm that, again, separates the young man and the young woman.
And her and Kiki Palmer are going on a world tour starting in January.
See, she probably started a lifestyle of if she lives that alternative lifestyle, like, see, this is what we're going to do. And then here we are having a father. Hopefully he gets to continue the relationship with his children, because we see that trying to be pushed to not have a relationship. But then again, why would the laws change for us if they can still push this rhetoric and we see who loses every time? And as long as the women try to stay separate or outnumber us, brothers got to fight for the rest of your life, fellas. Save yourself, because they saying that at the top of the mountain, like Trey said, F you and those ugly ass kids that look like you. Save yourself, fellas. And I'm not calling your children ugly, man. I'm ugly as hell, so
that's facts.
At least you think so. I want no other man saying I'm handsome, cute, none of that shit. Yeah, I'm ugly.
Actually, I have a controversial question to ask, and maybe I'll start. Trey, you got me thinking. Trey Taylor, you got me thinking about this. When you said the women are trending towards women, do you think that, or does anyone can chime in on this? Do you think that women are more apt?
Yeah.
Or maybe bisexual might be the word for. Are they more engineered, more wired towards that than men are, or is that just something that's like a
80% of them? Goddamn it!
Nope.
You don't think so?
I don't
Okay.
believe it at all. I think it's an
Okay.
act, because if you ask most of these women who claim to be bisexual, if she would marry a man or a woman, they typically pick a man, and they know that a man has more value. They know that we have more value, and so
Well,
a
that,
lot of the time, these women who play this, I like girl stuff. They typically do it because the guy that they likes girls who like girls. And so they're playing this role. But most times they don't like the girls. And when we see these women who get with these lesbians, it's like, okay, so you have bad experiences with a man. You believe that going to a woman is going to fix it. And you have worse experiences with the woman. And then you want to come back to the man. Maybe it's not either the man or the woman. Maybe it's just you. Maybe you're the problem.
Mm. But even to your point about she'll pick the man because she sees more value, but would you still separate that from her sexuality? The fact that she can flip and be a lesbian for a minute until the right man comes along, whatever, is that just, do you think that's just could be a natural thing? What she values at the end, as far as her protection and everything, that could be something totally different. But just the way these women can somehow flip, is that, you know?
Mr. Bennett, let me ask you a question. 2 women go on a date, who pays? Women get sick of that shit.
Did you hear what I said?
And there's your answer, sir.
Hey, but Lit P, this the thing though. Wait, Lit, yo, check it out though. This the thing. To answer Mr. Bennett's question though, too, you got to remember when you have a certain amount of money, guess what? The man don't no longer have to protect that woman. She has bodyguards. She got bodyguards, family. You know what I'm saying? When you think about a Kim K, or when you think about a Tiana Taylor, or even a Tia Mowry, whatever the case may be, they be having bodyguards a lot of times. So it's not like they're looking for their husband or their man to be necessarily a quote unquote protector. They hire protection. You see what I'm saying?
Well, Izzy, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Those men who protect her have families too, right?
Yes, sir. More than likely.
So I'm pretty sure they women want their husband to come home at some point, right?
Oh, absolutely.
There you go.
Did you hear what I said?
No, but the thing is with what Mr. Bennett was saying was, I think we do need to talk a little more about the whole sexuality part of it, because I was amazed probably in my 20, probably about 25 years old, to know the amount of women that have had homosexual activity going on, college, military, high school. There's a lot of women that do that. Yeah. Even when you look at how they are, when they walk with each other, they hold hands. They have no problem with smacking each other on the butt. It's all of these things that they do, which we would consider to be homosexual. So,
or they dress in the same room together, naked or whatever. Yeah, I mean, that's been going. Like I said, Niecy Nash was mentioned earlier. Now, again, she wrote books on how to keep a man. She was talking about stomach full, penis empty, and all that kind of stuff. So when I was like, what? And then you had that song that came out a few years ago, I Kissed a Girl and I Liked It.
Yeah. Katy Perry.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm just curious. The more I think about it, it's like,
to your point though, I don't think the stigma is not the same for women who do. Let me just say this.
I'm gonna let you talk. I just want to ask you a question before you say something. I'm talking to you, nigga. Listen, the senior class of 32, were they bisexual?
Damn.
All right, you can go ahead.
I just think the stigma that I think women who've had encounters with other women, they don't carry the same stigma, because if you're a man, once you go that way, it's no coming back. There's no coming back. I think women can shake that shit off and have a regular relationship with a man or a woman. I just think they do. I think some of them, they don't have the same stigma. I mean, even if other people knew that a woman had an affair or two with another woman, I don't think they walk around with the albatross around their neck like a man would.
Yeah, it's a whole different way of how they look at it. But to Mr. Bennett's point, do you think that it's more like my joke is that women are, gay by default? Just because of the information that I've gotten.
I wouldn't say that. I think it would be easier for them to slip into it. I think that's easier for them to slip into it. I don't think they're gay by default, but like I said, since they could come back from it easier, I think it's easier to slip into it. A man who goes that way, if somebody busts a hole, man, it's busted forever.
Yeah, well,
That's what I think.
they took your manhood. That's basically it. You don't take a woman's womanhood if you,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying. So it is a different way on how they do it. But again, to Mr. Bennett's point, it still goes to the point where they're more apt to do homosexual. I don't care how we look. We look at it. It is what it is. This is why you have so many women that are, now that they got men coming out the closet, you got more women that are saying, "Listen, I'm gay." It's so bad right now with women and homosexuality is that they're accepting men that are gay. They can't be bisexual. Men are just gay, but they're saying that. So it's kind of like this whole fluid thing. That's the problem. It's not the fact that I kissed a girl and I liked it type of thing. It's fluid. They're just being all fluid. There's, again, Trey, he said it, and Lost, he also went to it too. Even Izzy said it. When it comes down to structure, infrastructure, all these different things, they don't like it, but they also understand that they need it. They don't realize that they need it until later on in their life, when they don't have it and their life is going all in shambles. And now they talking about, I just realized that I have nothing to offer a man and I need to get my life together and I'm working on me.
And I
they
was young
50
and
years
dumb.
old. They screw off, they mess up their youth and their young adulthoods because they're not being serious about the thing that we were just talking about, family. They're not serious about that. It's F them kids, and that's where we at now. F you and those kids. If that wasn't the case, then abortion wouldn't be that high up. We wouldn't have that many abortions.
Oh, no. I don't know. Not in the black community, that's for sure.
Yeah. Go ahead, Black David, with your raising your hand and shit.
I'll respond to the video first. Good evening to all you brothers out there.
Salute.
I think the lady must have lost a couple of marbles because she was saying black man. The first came to mind, who you referring to? The nigger or the black man? Because I'm sick and freaking tired of that same ideology. Black man would do this, but Trey spoke about it. JTF mentioned it. Trey Fairhad mentioned it. But for some parent really, she don't hold herself accountable for picking the wrong kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
I always said, when you're referring to a black man, which group are you referring to? Because I know most of these idiotic women did not date all black men. Earlier today on DJ Hemp, Beverly said the intellectual lame ass. Most sisters don't date the intellectual lame ass, as they said. They bypass them, but they're also black men. So why is it that we have low IQ, low comprehension, too damn stupid ass women keep trying to paint a broad brush about black men? And yet they claim they're highly educated but have the most depth. I don't understand that. I'm now on victory pissed off mode right now. So what I say, I could care less I hurt anybody's feelings. Because I'm beyond sick and tired of black women talk about men don't do this, men don't do that. But the men that do those shit, you pay no freaking mind to. But yet, the one you call men, which are not really men, they either call ninjas or niggas or whatever you want to call them, you trying to paint the broad brush at their men. Let me remind you, you dumbass piece of shit broads who keep sucking on the same rotten cock all day long, who have multiple baby daddies, but yet cannot hold your stupid ass self accountable. But you want to come on these platforms and say black men don't do it. No. Stop the bullshit. Either you don't stop the bullshit or you drink or chlorine. I don't know what to tell you. Because you be out of your freaking retarded ass mind thinking all black men are the same. But yet you're willing to go back and jump on that same rotten cock and blame every other guy who never touched you. So let this bullshit stop. This is July 5th. I don't want to hear another dumbass black broad keep talking about black men, but you forgot that you be eating rotten cocks in middle school, high school, and college.
Did that nigga say uncooked cock?
He said rotten cock.
Uncooked
He said
right.
it's rotten, it's spoiled.
Okay.
But yet you dodge the lame and intelligent black men that you don't consider men, right? But yet you work for them. They make you jump through hoops. They sign your freaking ass paycheck. In most cases, you don't even know who the owner of that freaking company, do you? But yet you want to paint the butt about black men. Are you stuck on stupid? The amount drink clone when she's pregnant with your dumb ass? Did she drop you on your forehead when you were born or something? I'm trying to understand the concept, the logic, the rationale.
Fight on Black David.
I'm on African beast mode right now, so I could care less.
Fight on Black David. Tell her ass. Tell her.
You want to blame every other non-responsible man who are not responsible for your bullshit, who are not responsible for your choices. Yet you dodge them throughout middle school, high school, and college because they are intellectually lame. They got no swagger. But yet, while they ignore your rotten ass and you be jumping on too many rotten cocks, they had to wear the hazmat suit to talk to your dumbass.
Black David, who you had an argument with, man?
No, this the
What other panel was you on? Because you on one today.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Let me let you know something. This the dark side I've been trying to hide for so long. This the dark side of me that I have hidden for so long. I am known to want to destroy people's self-esteem. But now I've been really pissed the F off when I see a bunch of reject hyenas who are left behind in the dark area of the boneyard, blaming black men for this, blaming black men for that. But weren't you behind middle school, behind the building, jumping on rotten cocks? The dudes who skip classes?
Black David, he came and told us,
The same thing in high school. Behind the police building. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hey, now,
I'm
listen,
just-
I want to say something.
I appreciate that, Black David.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, let's move on. Come on.
I got a cash app here for $5, man. I appreciate you, my brother. I appreciate it. All right.
Is that the rapper?
I appreciate
Is that that rapper?
No, that was not the rapper. That's the one that won't Trey. She sent that video for Trey. I'm play it again. Now tell the truth, Izzy. Izzy, you hit that, Izzy. Tell the truth, Izzy.
Nah, man, nah. Pause, man. Pause. Pause.
Plead the fifth, Izzy.
She got that funky monkey.
Man,
Oh Lord!
First, I thought she had a kitten hidden in her panties. I said, "What the fuck is going on down there?" Look.
Plead the fifth, dog.
Got a skull shirt on and everything. Jesus Christ!
That's what our panda used to.
That's a good
Our pain was
255
like, well,
right
you
there.
know.
Yeah.
Our pain, they didn't move their hips like that back in the day, huh?
Yeah.
They were doing shit like this still. They was
they were slimmer back then.
They was still doing this shit.
Pop
blocking.
Hey, class of 32, man. Class of 32. They
a whole lot slimmer
was doing
back
the
then.
walks. They was doing the
They was
walks.
doing the walk. The jitterbug.
Your
1
lap,
o'clock, 2
I
o'clock,
bet
3
you,
o'clock, 4.
I bet your lap be numb.
Down at the sock hop. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Tear your ACL all up. Get your big ass off of me.
our
She is a big girl.
be another $100. Have you lost your fucking mind? Are you
I'm giving you all I'm going to give. Wait a minute. Next thing you know, our parents. Wait a goddamn minute now. I give you 150. You mean to tell me?
Okay.
You're out of your fucking mind.
Hey, our pay, just blame it on the Democrats and inflation, right?
That's some Democrat.
You
must be a Democrat.
This is me ignoring all of y'all.
That's your liberal ass. That's some Democratic ass right there, buddy. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole Duncan right there.
Get your liberal ass out of here.
And he won't be able to walk for at least a week, man. He
That's
ain't
the
won't.
whole damn Duncan.
Can't feel my legs. Can't feel my legs.
Oh God. Damn. Oh, that our pander. Let me ask you a question.
Oh my God.
Our pander. If she walked
starting off with a bad foot already. But go ahead.
Let's just say you single, our pander, and
Yes,
she walked
sir.
in the room and did this.
Happen, man. If the lights are out and they're right, every one of you will hit that shit from the back, man. That's it. And if nobody found out, y'all be banging the shit out of it. And anybody who's saying they wouldn't, they're lying their ass off. You know, the only thing you'll be worrying about is somebody finds out.
Look, that's his way of projecting. That's a big yes for him. That's a big yes. That's a big yes for projecting the shit out of
That's the best defense you got.
For 37 years, you can pull my course like that.
Y'all niggas were hit it too.
Yeah, nigga just got out of prison and hit it too. After doing 10 years, it's going down. Sticky it all. But no, that's not what we saying, our pain. That was not the scenario.
If she get on that dick though like that, y'all ain't our pain ain't gonna last long.
So y'all know, man. We can handle that, man. Y'all young millennials, y'all ain't had no calf muscle.
Yeah, until she take them panties off and you hear, goddamn.
So you telling me
I just
all that wind that comes from that tunnel. All that wind that comes from that tunnel.
Whoa. You would jump on a Trojan horse? That's what you're telling me?
Hurricane Viola.
It's all flavored down there.
I didn't admit anything. I just said the rest of you guys are lying.
Black man, that's how the fuck your baby daddy is made.
Hey, look. You like, hello. How are you?
Anybody there? Somebody holler back. Close the door. You're letting all the stank out.
Stick in the club, nigga.
Oh Lord. Oh my God. Well, y'all got me over hitting motherfucking tears, boy. Damn. Oh man. Our pain, boy, class of 32 was a fool, boy.
Yeah. Why 32? How come not 31? Where you get 32 from? That's 32. What the fuck are you talking about?
1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock.
Yeah, man. I seen the yearbook. You had that the U.S. Postal outfit on in your damn yearbook. Oh shit, well y'all stupid, bro. Oh my God. But anyway, man, thank y'all for being here. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We appreciate you guys for being here tonight. As we about to go into this discussion, our pain is adamant that Black people are trapped in a democratic world, and we need to vote for the other guys because they're better. Think about those guys that are better. And he has, I don't know if he has a point. We're gonna get to the bottom of it tonight. But before we do, and play this video of this man and this black lady says I'm gonna let y'all hear it is.
Said that you can't, I think, co-sign a black Republican. What do you mean by that?
If I wanted to vote for a person of color or a black person specifically, if my only option was a black Republican, I would go ahead and vote for a Democrat. I would still vote Democrat.
That's the most ridiculous crap I have ever heard.
So you want
let me finish. Let me finish.
You want me to support black folks just
That is ridiculous, and I find that to be extremely problematic. You're sitting here telling me that because I'm a Republican that I'm out of touch with black issues? Is that what you're telling me? You are not going to sit here on this show and tell me, as an African American.
Tell me what black Republicans have done then.
Can you be quiet and let me finish?
Okay, first off, you're not going to tell me to be quiet. You can ask me to stop talking, but you're not going to. Just because you're yelling again doesn't make you right.
You are not going to sit here on this show and tell me that as an African American who happens to be a Republican that I am out of touch with being black. You are ridiculous for that statement.
I did not say you were out of touch for being black.
You are ridiculous.
I'm saying you're out of touch with the policy demands of black folks.
Are you kidding me?
Which is why black people overwhelmingly vote Democrat.
He better be careful, though. He better be careful. Because she going to slang his ass by the neck. She going to give...
Wait a minute.
Damn. Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought that was Queen Latifah at first on that.
Equalizer. That's the equalizer right there, man.
Have you watched any of that, Mr. Bennett?
I have.
They got Queen Latifah. They got her doing motorcycle stunts. Bro, get the fuck out here, bro.
Yeah. She ain't bust a kneecap or nothing, huh?
I haven't watched 1 second of that shit.
She done beat 15 million of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, eat the nation.
So where you going with this?
So RPN, what are your thoughts on the video we just watched?
Well, first of all, his reaction was uncalled for because he shouldn't got so triggered. I mean, but he's correct in the fashion that, see, I'm not a Republican. I've been a registered Democrat my whole life. And one of the things is that so has everybody else that I've known, until I started meeting more black conservatives. I think because we have a two-party system, everybody thinks that if you don't vote Democrat, you're going to vote for the Republicans. And that's where we're stuck with. But there's independents coming up, and there's other parties that people don't know. I think that regardless, it just so happens to be Trump. It doesn't matter whether it's Trump or not. I think we need to break the chains of the Democrats' hold on the black community. We're the only demographic who votes for one set of politicians in such high numbers. And here's what happens. They take advantage of us, take us for granted in the Democratic side. And when the Republicans win without your votes, they don't have to fucking do anything for you. So the point really is that we need to split our votes and look at issues. And if, as a black man, I'm still trying to figure out what has the Democrats have ever done for any black men. And Biden and black people for Biden just bothers me the most. It's like nobody reads history other than the history they want to read. This fucking guy was in the well of the Senate re-essaying Anita Hill. He's the reason why Clarence Thomas is on the court. And that's number one. He was on the steps of a segregated school saying, if you let these monkeys in here, we're going to ruin whitehood. He was Biden. It was Biden who went to a Ku Klux Klan member's funeral and did the eulogy or some shit like that. I mean, he's the crime bill dude, man. And I don't see how we could forgive that. And we worry about Trump, and it just happens to be Trump because he didn't let a couple of black people get a fucking apartment in one of his buildings. I mean, stop. Listen, I'm just saying. Let me finish. You asked me, and let me finish. I think
if you're gonna be balanced. Don't say a couple of people now. Don't do that.
Okay. So if he let a whole building of people, he wasn't a legislator. He was a private citizen being a prick. It's not the same thing as guys making policy, man. Come on.
So take that.
Listen. Let me finish. You can say anything you want. I'm gonna land it right here.
Take the Central Park 5.
Let me finish, and you can say all the shit about the Central Park Five. As a private citizen, you don't have to like Donald Trump. I keep saying this shit. It's not about him. It's about us breaking the chains from the Democrats. And they have us under this spell to think we're going to be doomed if they ain't in charge. That shit's not true. It was a Republican who passed the Civil Rights Act in '64, breaking a Democratic filibuster in the Senate. It was a Republican. So I mean, we got to keep going through these things. We used to vote Republican all the time. We're black people at our core, more conservative. And the Democrats, we had all this liberalism. We'll sit up here on these panels, talk about them, the schools having this bullshit books for our children with sex acts and same-sex acts. That's not Republicans or conservatives. We talk about Christian values. These guys are completely against all of that. I mean, I just don't understand what this fixation is with these dudes. And it's time for us to break it. Black women like the Democrats because they give them all the handouts they want. That's their safety net. I mean, okay, that's it, man. So, yeah, the Central Park Five, you keep pushing it to Trump. It's not about Trump with me. I'm not going to defend him on none of that stuff. I don't care if he's president because we're going to survive him because we already did for 4 years. We know. I mean, these guys are not these existential, whatever the fucking word is, threats to us like we think they are. I mean, we're survivors, man. We've been surviving. We're gonna thrive, and I think we should thrive free as opposed to, And so on Monday we're gonna talk about it a little bit on your show too, because I have after this, maybe in the back chat, I'll tell you about it. Maybe when we ended this up, but I'm gonna land it there. That's my thing. So. I know you don't want to pigeonhole me as a Democrat, a Republican, or Donald Trump. I'm not a big Trump fan, but I'd rather him than going to 4 more years with being in bondage to the Democrats. I don't care. I just don't care. I don't care who it is, who is running. We got to get Biden out of there. We got to break the Democrats' backs. And if black men do that, then so be it. I'll land it there.
So let me say this to you, Arpain.
Yes, sir.
What's the difference between an alligator and a crocodile?
One is more aggressive than the other.
Or could it be the region that they're in?
Yeah, that too. But okay, so what's the point?
Okay, now let me ask you a question. If you went to Florida and jumped in the swamp, would the alligator eat your ass? Come on now. Would an alligator eat your ass? You went to Florida tonight, jumped in the swamp, would the alligator attack you? Yes or no?
Yeah.
If you went to Africa,
so you don't have to go down for make the point. Are you making the point that just because we're going to get killed on either side, we should still vote for one party?
I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm almost done.
Okay, go ahead.
If you went to Africa and walked along the bank of one of those water holes in Africa, and you fell in the water, would the crocodile bite you, eat your ass?
Yeah, most likely, yeah.
So the only difference is where they are. The Democrats and Republicans, they the fucking same. They look different, but they do the same shit.
You're still missing the point then. You're still missing my point. That still doesn't justify us voting at 90% for one party.
Of the same bird.
Arpain saying we should vote for the damn giraffes and call it a day. Okay?
They
don't bite nobody.
I mean, listen. Here's one of the things we don't get the return for what we're doing. Like you guys were up here kicking my ass about reparations, right? How come all your beautiful, loving Democrats and shit don't make that a number one plank for them getting on their planks?
You have
I'm saying if they're gonna do stuff for blacks and we want reparation, how come they don't ever fucking talk about that?
But this is
and put the proposal for it. I mean, this is what I want, right?
I'll tell you why. Because black people are not classified as they should. They have to be classified from a nation for them to get reparations. Right. And since they've been misclassified, they can't do it. And that's the holdup.
But this is the thing too. Listen, if I go up to you and I snatch your chain, I'm not just gonna give you your chain back.
Right?
Like the whole system, this whole thing is built off of us not knowing who we are or not understanding what we are. So this whole system is based on, number one, our labor, number two, our ignorance, number three, our backs. So you think that somebody that's why I don't understand why we are going one place or another in order for our answers. Like the answer is neither of those places. The answer is within yourself or within you or me or us coming together and building something else.
I agree with that.
Right. So R-Pain, since you're so stronghold about it and you holding your nut straight up, who are you voting for in November?
Well, first of all, it's impolite to ask somebody who they're voting.
That's that boomer shit. That's that boomer shit.
Before you go crazy, let me tell you. I wanted to say that, but everybody don't overreact. I will tell you that I know I'm not voting for Biden. I can tell you that right now. I'm still looking at the candidates. But I know I'm not. I can tell you right now, I'm not voting. There'll be nothing in my life. I'm looking at all the rest of the Democrats on the plane too. You know,
let me ask you this: what has any candidate ever done for so-called black people in America? I'm just curious.
Listen, black women love the Democratic Party because they benefit from it. They do. You could trace their benefits from it. We as black men, nobody does anything for us. We got to go get it. So we got to do some sea change, man. At first, we got to break the chains, and then we could build something, right? So everybody said, "Well, you can't have a third party. Why not? Why not? Why can't we spearhead? Because it can't just be black issues. I mean, we're Americans at core too. There's a lot.
Are you ready to run the country? I'll vote. Let's vote for you.
Yeah,
I'd be a better president than Biden.
You can put somebody on the ballot, I think.
Hold up, fellas.
I was gonna write my own name in. I was.
Hold up, let me interrupt just 1 minute. We got my man, Boss Man, that's in here. He's in there. What's going on, Boss Man? What's popping with you, brother?
Not too much, everybody. How's everyone doing?
Doing well. And we also have another guest that's in here. My man, Uncle Jeff. Wait, hold on. Can we get him in there?
Yep.
Yep. There we go. Yep. Uncle Jeff.
No, he was there for a second.
Okay, there we go. My man.
What's up,
What's going on, man?
Hey, now. It is two wings, poison wings of the same poison. Shout out to my man, Uncle Jeff.
That's my brother,
there,
man.
You little shit pixie. Watch yourself.
My man, 100 million grand Uncle Jeff in the building.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, fellas?
I just wanted to interrupt, man, to let y'all know we got some new brothers in here.
I'm gonna do these cash outs real quick. Izzy Bands with the super chat, 999. He says salute to BMU panel and chat. I appreciate you, my guy. Appreciate you, Doc. He's through the Fire podcast. TJ gifted 5 Black Men Unfiltered Network memberships. Appreciate you, my guy. Oh shit! We also got through TJ again with a $5 super chat. He says, "R-Pain, you being dishonest about the modern day Republican Party. The modern day Republicans are not the same as the old Republicans.
Doesn't fucking matter. The Democrats are not the same either. God damn it! What are you talking about?
Okay, R-Pain,
you don't stop it.
Damn, R-Pain, can I play him something for the damn Bishop Goodjoint? We need the pastor. Damn.
Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song. Tryna pour out all night, DJ play another song.
It's Slapper, baby. I'm in this bitch with AJ. In the club, jumping up and down like it's payday. Party all night.
Shake it, baby. Shake it.
Mr. Bennett, you can't say it.
Now you take it, baby. Shake it.
Super cool.
You are something else, Mr.
Hey,
Fan.
Jeff.
You are something else.
Hey, Jeff, that's a new super chat right there.
Uncle Jeff looked disgusted. He was like, "What is this?"
That dude is built like the auntie that started shit on the
That's a dude?
No, he's talking about
That's a good joint.
That's a good joint.
I'm talking about the pastor. No, the girl, her chair stank. That dude.
That's nasty work, Jeff.
Every time she get up, the cat go over there and sit, sniff.
Just sniff you. You know how they do that? They got that look dog when them cats sniff, and then they look, they go.
Hold on, Uncle Jim. So you want to let her? So
They
you
be
want to let
tasting
her
that shit.
at the strip club, Uncle Jim?
What's that?
You want to let her do this to you at the strip club?
I wear nice pants. Look, no. Besides that, I don't go to me, going to a strip club is like feeding a hungry man plastic fruit. I don't know. I'm 51. I ain't spent $51 in a strip club. No.
Going to an oxygen bar.
Hold on. By show of hands, man. I know Trading Ben, okay, of course.
I've been.
Mr. Bennett, you ever been to a strip club?
Yeah. Back in the day, yeah, sure. Yeah.
You were throwing dollars, Mr. Bennett?
Not throwing dollars, but I was in some. Absolutely.
Hitting them with them students and be
Not-
His car broke down in front of one.
Come on, Mr. Bennett. Either don't throwing dollars or getting one of them $10
Throwing change at them.
I ain't mad at you, Mr. Bennett.
All you gotta say is they got good chicken wings. That's it. That's all you gotta say.
So, Uncle Jeff, you see what we're talking about tonight, man. You see our pain up here talking about the Democrats and Republicans, man. What are your thoughts? Well, like, they're the opposite of our pander, or are they the same?
I think we're arranging deck chairs on the Titanic. That's what I think. I think that the whole world is aware that we have two geriatrics being paraded in front of us, while every enemy of this country is colluding with a common goal. I think our borders are open and military age males, single, are flooding in that aren't of Spanish descent. I think that the dollar is more and more proving itself worthless with hyperinflation and being taken off the petrol count. I think that this thinking that a president ever had anything to do with you, to include the 8 black ones before Obama and the 16 in total before Washington. If somebody could pick me out a good one for black people, when we had a good president, I think that the word vote comes from the Latin word votum, which means to wish. I think that the lowest voter turnout of anybody is the Asians. I think that black people have for far too long put far too much weight on who it is you vote in. Like there's some magic bullet that's going to solve your problems. And the only way to get out of this is to love yourselves out of it. And as I said when I was here the other night, BMU, the scariest 3 words for black people are "we are enough." Black folks scared of that. That's what I say. I say if the NFL was 85% Armenians, do you think the Chinese would own it? I say that. I say we give away everything of ours of value. I say that we are the only people I know that tattoo name brands on our skin. I'm sure white boys do it, but fuck them. I'm not talking about them right now. I'm talking about us. I think we put far too much energy into voting. I think it's how many 4-year cycles of these white folks coming to your churches that your pastor had had them show up and talk to you and tell you to vote for and not give you shit, how much of it? Here's what I think. Here's what I think of the Democrats. Imagine this. Imagine this, BMU. Creator, give these words no power. You come into my house. I see you. I happen to live on a busy street. You cross in the street and you get hit by a car. I'm going to pull you over to my porch. I go, I got you, bro. I see you bleeding. I see you broke up. I'll be right back. And I go in the house and I get you some now and laters, my handheld old Sega, and go, wait a minute, I'll be right back with the batteries and a blanket. And we sit there under that blanket while you bleed to death playing Sonic the Hedgehog. That's the Democrats, brother. They will bring you something for everything except what ails you. Everything. The Republicans are no better. In fact, the Republican Party back in the day, way back in the day, was in favor of black people. But niggas want to go in a room behind some velvet curtains like these, pull a lever and make everything all right. It's not going to happen. It's not. You need to get out of the way and let this system collapse under its own weight. And then when the chaos starts, and those of you who can't fix a flat fucking tire, those of you who know nothing about the power grid, those of you who can't grow your own food, when we wait for you to perish, what's left of us is what's going to do some shit. And you can talk about the rest of this voting as much as you like. And a hush all over the fucking room.
Yeah. Anybody want to respond to what Uncle Jeff just said? Everybody in agreement?
No, regarding voting. No, I think voting has been a powerful agent and block for particular groups who've been able to mobilize for it. And I also think that, again, the question's been asked, if voting really doesn't matter so much, then why, certainly in the last several years, have there been efforts to remove access to voting? Why is there the gerrymandering? Why is there, attempts to essentially shut us out, especially in areas where we have majorities, especially in the South? So I've seen too much evidence to see that for some groups they've been able to use. And again, I'm not saying it's only voting. Obviously, there's money that there's a lot of things that's involved in that. But to say that voting is not an agent that has certainly moved the needle for some, I just haven't seen that. But that's my opinion. But I respect yours.
Hey, Jeff made a statement about we are enough. See, I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. I think we vote one way out of fear, and they use fear all the time to make us vote one way. I think we are enough. I think that we're going to survive anything that they put at us. We've done it already. That's why I'm saying that my problem, and everybody keeps misconstruing it, I am not for one party or I'm not for the Democrats. Does not mean that I'm pro-Republican. I understand they go to the same clubs. I understand they're in the room being the puppet masters, the guys up. I just don't like the chains that the Democrats have over the black people. I think we need to break those and let the chips fall where they may. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what that's going to look like.
And do what? When they break the chains, where they go?
Listen, if we could break the chains of the Democrats' stronghold on blacks, then we'll have more freer thinkers. Wherever that takes us is better, because we're going to survive whatever the outcome is. But right now, the way we're set up is that the Republicans will take over. If they're not going to destroy us. They're not. We're going to survive that just like we have. We already had a taste of Donald Trump for 4 years. We're still here. Some people made more money during his tenure. So all I'm just trying to say is the fear tactics that are being waylaid on us is fear, false evidence appearing real. And I think we need to break those chains. And here's why I'm saying we should do it. I think we should get evidence that if we still have this current system, that if anybody wants our votes, they have to show some tangible receipts that our votes are worth it before they get into office. They got to do whatever they say they're going to do some of the things that we need should be at the top of the goddamn plank. And another thing black people have to do is understand that, I know y'all don't like this, but we have to take full ownership that we're Americans too. That there's a whole host of shit that we have to that we have in common with the rest of the people in America. It has nothing to do with our fucking skin color. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, that's what I'm saying. We're just pigeonholed all the way around. Victimization, all of this shit, man. It's just got to end.
I want to.
That's all. I'll land it there.
R-Pain, real quick before you go, boss man. R-Pain, let me say something.
Sure.
Take your time, Pastor.
Now. I hear what you're saying, R-Pain, but you didn't answer my question. When you break the stronghold from the Democrats, if you were sitting at someone's home right now and they say, you know what, R-Pain, I believe in you, and I'm not going to vote Democrat. So what should me and my family do? When I break this stronghold from the Democrats, what would you want me to do, R-Pain? What is the solution? Where are we going? What would you like me to do? What would you say?
I thought I just said it. I said.
You said I don't know where we're going.
Listen. I don't. Well, first of all, I didn't say I have to have all the answers. I'm saying we still live in this system. We know that there's going to be other things come up, local elections, and state elections, and then also federal elections. I think we should vote based on the issues that make it better for us here as Americans. Period. That's
so
what
basically.
Wait a minute. So it just depends on what the issues of the day. Inflation, jobs, not DEI, things that are more towards conservatism and meritocracy and shit like that, right? So, I mean, it depends on the issue. I'm not going to tell people how to vote, just like nobody's going to tell me how to vote. I'm thinking we should be more, strategic in our voting as opposed to somebody telling us, if you don't vote Democrats, you ain't black. That's what I'm saying. That shit is ignorant. So we should be so to me, I'm not going to solve the world's problems. I think that if we were independent thinkers, we'd be better off. So if we weren't thinking about victimization, we'd be better off. If we didn't think a white knight was going to come in and save us, we'd be better off.
Okay, so what you're saying is we talking about fucking, but we got erectile dysfunction.
And if you think that the Democrats are going to fix your dick, you're wrong.
Who said that?
You made the analogy. If you think voting in mass for one party is going to make you better, your dick is still going to be soft.
That's not what I asked you.
You're going to be a free man with a soft dick or a man enslaved with a soft dick.
Okay, this is enough dick talk. Listen. Pause. My question was, where do you tell them to go? And you said you're not trying to solve everything in one day. I'm
not.
But
I am. I'm telling you what to do. I'm telling you already. Just don't break free of the Democratic Party. I don't know how many times I got to say it.
Black man, you don't accept his answer. He's answered the
Black man, let me explain something.
He's answered it.
Black man, let me explain something to you. That's what's wrong with us, man. We're indecisive. If you're going hunting, listen, if your ass is going hunting and you tell your son, say, hey, look, I want you to put the arrow in the deer's neck. Don't aim for his eyes. Don't aim for his ass. Don't aim for his leg. You put it in his neck. That's where you kill him. We got people who say, I don't really think you should put it in his neck. I think he'll probably choke to death. That's our problem, man. We're indecisive. You're gonna tell people not to vote for Democrats,
right?
And then you're gonna turn around and say, well, I'm not gonna tell you who to vote for. There's only two people on the ticket.
I told you who not to vote for.
There's only two people on the ticket, so by default,
no. There's a whole lot of shit on the ticket. So no,
there's only two people running for president. There's only two people running for president.
If that's just there's a lot of other people up and down the plank.
But here's the thing: those other people are not going to win the election, sir.
It doesn't. Listen, if you're thinking that, listen, I'm saying it doesn't give a. I don't give a shit who's going to win the fucking election. I'm saying we shouldn't give our votes to the Democrats just willy nilly because we're afraid. Somebody tell me why we're voting for these fucking guys then.
Because we're programmed. Our pain we're programmed. Lyndon B. Johnson said this shit in 1964. Give it to him. He said that I'll have niggas voting for Democrats for the next 20 years.
I know that.
And that was 80 years ago, so we got another 120 to go. That's
No,
why.
no, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on
It's
that one. I
been
forgot to say
programmed.
that.
The issue is the correct answer, and what Arpain, the answer he should have given you is you look at the facts and you vote based on what's good for your family,
Bingo.
what works for your family.
Okay.
And
Well,
if the policies set forth by Trump work for your family, then vote Trump. And if the
There you go.
policies that Biden sets forth work for your family, then vote Biden. If the policies that both of them set forth do not work for you, do not vote. Let's be very clear, only a third of the country votes anyway.
Mhm.
So it ain't like everybody's at the goddamn polls, because they not.
Right.
There you go. There you go, Trey.
There you go.
Has excuse me, guys, and then I got a little video BMU that I'd like to share from this gentleman by the name of Dr. Claude Anderson. He's actually held the highest office of any black man with regard to a president. And here's what he says about voting. Here,
Yo, I appreciate y'all having me up, man. Love to the BMU network, to my brothers up here, man. Love to all of y'all. And
All right, bro.
chat, man.
See you, man. Thanks for
Appreciate you,
coming.
Iz.
Yes, sir.
Man, y'all let me kick it with y'all cool guys. I feel honored, man. Salute, man.
All right, bro. What's that?
Vote for what? Vote for what? Vote for what? Black folk got to learn how to practice group economics. Black Americans spend every penny they get outside their own community. Understand the nature of race, which is economics. If you build the first floor, it's economic. Build your businesses and your industries. Control business and industry, and put that pools in your money, and hold that money, and practice group economics with it. Arab and Asian money bounces 12 to 13 times what it leaves. Jewish money bounces 18 times. Black folk got to learn how to practice group economics. Black Americans spend every penny they get outside their own community. Then you take the money and the wealth that you get from that first floor and go to the second floor. The second floor is politics. You then take that money on the first floor and you control your politics. Black folk must quit allowing people to tell them to go out and vote. Vote for what? Nobody's going to do anything for black folk in politics. Politics is controlled by money, major corporations who got the money. That's what controls politics. If you have no money, you have no say-so, you have no benefits coming. So you take your money and you control, and you take your money on the first floor, you buy every politician on the second floor. And any politician you can't buy, you rent or lease them to get what you need. Then once you get the second floor under control with the politician, with your money, then you go to the third floor. The third floor then is the police department and the court system. You take your money from the first floor and your politics on the second floor, and you control the court system and the police departments. Then the fourth floor then is media. You then take the money that you generate off the first floor from business and industries, and you go after radio stations, TV stations, newspapers, and cable systems, so that you can now inform and communicate with your own people. Right now, black folk own and control less than 35 thousandths of 1% of the media in the United States. Out of 12,000 radio stations, black folk own about 75, 80. That's all. You own no cable systems. You don't have a daily newspaper. You have nothing of importance. You got about one black TV station. And so you can't communicate with your people. You can't inform your people. You can't do anything. You can have Rush Limbaugh and all the rest of the guys talking about racism all day long and bad mouthing you, and O'Reilly. They can call black folk all kind of names all day long. What are you going to do? You can't respond. You can't communicate with your own people because you don't have an economic base. 51% of all the prisoners in the United States are black people. You only make up 12% of the population. That's no accident. It's because you don't control the economics and the politics. And they're going to go after the weakest people they can get their hands on to incarcerate. That's the black folk. And what are you going to do in response to it when they over incarcerate you? You're going to go out and have a march, a demonstration. We're going to march. March for what? Who cares?
all right.
Was that Hidden Colors 2 or 1?
I believe that's 1. Yeah. But and there's a grand answer for why do they keep it from us? It's because, and oh, by the way, could somebody tell me when a popular vote made up of the people who go in and pull the levers elected a president? I won't even go.
None. Ever.
Okay. So then could you please clear up my confusion about voting for the plan for your family? If it's the electoral colleges that actually.
I want to hear Arpain answer on this. Arpain?
Yep.
I like the video. I just the video was good. I mean, it's articulation of free thinking and using your money up a ladder. I like the way that's not how we operate.
So then, what are you doing? So are we going to do that between now and November to change your mind?
No. What I'm saying is, listen, I don't. Listen, for us to say we're going to do that between now and November, all I said, and I'm going to stick with it. I didn't say I was going to solve the world's problem. I just would like to see the percentages of us go down for voting for the Democratic Party, especially black men. That's what I said.
But why?
Because I want to break their chains. If they lose every swing state because of us, because of black men, then we would have made a sea change difference in the way black people vote around this country.
But according to Dr. Clark, what you're saying is bullshit.
But that's how we're set up right now. If you're going to ask me to go ahead and put a plan in place for us to do what Dr. Clark had, let's let Uncle Jeff say that shit. If you say, I would like to say that, but I know we're far away from that. It's not going to happen between now and the election. That doesn't mean we got to go willy-nilly and keep voting the way we do, and we do vote. I mean, if that's the new strategy, then if there's a plan to do that, you guys who know how to do that, just let's satisfy me.
Okay, I'm confused. R-Pain.
Okay, what are you confused about?
Didn't we just discuss how the popular vote doesn't elect a president? Yes or no?
I mean, it sounds like you guys want to be willfully ignorant.
No.
It's not willful ignorance.
Us. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that I am spitting a fact to you and I'm being willfully ignorant?
No. What I'm saying is because you're acting like I said the popular vote is going to elect the president. I didn't say that.
Okay, well, here's the confusion. You keep arguing like it does.
No, I'm arguing how it is right now, though, right? How we vote right now. We got the election.
I finish my ignorance, please.
I don't mean to call you ignorant. Stop it, Jeff. You know I'm
no. No, but I'm gonna ride this pony for a minute. Okay,
ride the pony.
You're saying
if you want to ride.
Anyway,
go ahead, brother.
What you're saying is that there's going to be a sea tide change if 100%
I didn't say nothing
of the 12%. Okay, all righty. Since you didn't say that, I'll ask you this: if 100% of the 12% of us all voted for Donald Trump, would that represent the sea tide change?
No, listen.
Yes
let me
no?
tell you. Let me, you asked me a question. Let me answer it again. Under our current system of voting, I didn't make this up, right? We have swing states that even a minority in the whole full population who are concentrated in certain states, right? If they vote a certain way, wait a minute, they vote a certain way. Yeah. They can give the electoral colleges in that state to one candidate or another.
Absolutely. So I'll
hold on. Let me finish. And I'm saying a lot of those states that are swing states, they rely on the black vote in the Democratic Party.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm not making that part up. So all I'm saying is that the way we're structured, we can have a part to play in that, even in our small numbers, to lose those states to the Democrats.
Those are great answers to other questions.
Well, no, but that's the question. That's what I want to answer.
No, I asked you a specific question.
What I'm talking about.
Let me make sure you're not avoiding my question, because if you are, I'll stop asking.
Go ahead. All right. Fine.
If 100% of the eligible voters in the United States of America
it's not
that considered themselves black,
right,
were to vote for Donald J. Trump and not Sleepy Joe, Weekend at Bernie's, were not to vote for him at all.
Right.
Would this represent the sea tide change you're discussing? Yes or no?
Only if I can say that. The answer is that listen.
You take me out
let me answer the question the way I want to answer.
No.
I won't.
Yeah.
Okay. No, it's not. Yeah, I think
I'm done with it. I don't know who you're talking to. You're not talking to me. I asked you to answer.
This conversation is why we can't have a black independent party.
Thank
Because
you.
you want him, you want him to answer a question the way you want him to answer.
Exactly.
Yes
or no?
No. Because then
It's a yes or no question. Why not answer a yes or no?
The next thing will happen is that you want him to vote the way you want him to vote.
No, I don't. I don't give a fuck how you vote.
Except
I already said voting ain't shit. I already said that.
What the fact of the matter is that if you choose to vote or you don't vote, one of the two of them gonna get in there, and whatever policies they set forth may or may not have an effect on your life. I have a 16-year-old son that will more than likely become 18 within the next 2 years, with one of them going to be president. So it does matter how they feel about the military and the draft. It matters because that would affect my son. So this idea that what happens with the family doesn't matter, it does matter. If Trump gets in, I know my portfolio is going to do certain things. If Biden gets in, I know my portfolio is going to do certain things. It does matter. These things matter. Now, this idea that we shouldn't vote at all, well, fine, and then don't vote. If that is also your choice. You have a choice to vote or not to vote. What Arpain is saying, what he's trying to get across is we have a contingent of black people that just vote blindly. They don't ask questions. They're not informed. They know I'm black. I'm supposed to vote Democrat. That is a problem. That's a huge problem. And all he's trying to say is, and he's taking way out of context, we got to get those people to be more informed. Dr. Claude can come up with all these great ideas and this top tier STEP program. It sounds great. It sounds really great. But he's always going to face one problem. Black people are undisciplined and unorganized. He's always going to face that problem. Until you get that problem secured and get that problem fixed, all that other shit that we talking about, all that kumbaya shit we talking, it will never happen until you can get black people to get organized and disciplined.
So how do they vote in order to affect your son who's 16? My son's 17, by the way. And if there's a draft, I'm gonna shoot him in the foot myself. How do again you're
one way to do it.
You're basically bringing up your own problem with regard to your portfolio. I too have a portfolio. I just kind of look at the presidency a little different. The president is the person who wins the popularity contest to sit in the front seat, to be the one to dish out the shit that the commoners will take the best from. He doesn't really make policy. I think it's been made clear since November 22nd, 1963, that presidents don't run this country. They don't. This country's long been bought and sold. And I'm just not of I think you saying that black people are disorganized, so fuck Dr. Claude's theory, somehow kills the whole we're going to vote for who you need, who isn't voted in by the popular vote.
It
feels circular to me, Trey. And
it's not circular. I'm simply saying Dr. Claude's idea is great on paper.
Right.
Dallas Cowboys are really good every year on paper. Okay? At some point in time, you're gonna have to get out there and play.
And implement it.
And what's going to show up on the field is unorganized and undisciplined black people.
Okay.
And they show it every day because you can't even get your money right. You can't even be disciplined enough to save and invest your money properly. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. Dr. Claude's first level was economics.
Yes.
Was it not?
Yes.
So how do we even build the first floor if we can't get our people to get their money right?
Okay. Well, here that's I'm glad you asked that, because it leads me to my overall question. If that's our problems, then how are you fixing them by voting either Democrat or Republican with your vote?
It's not for me to fix. That's the problem. I am but one of 300 million.
Yes.
It's not my responsibility to fix it. My responsibility is to take care of my family.
Exactly.
And to make the decisions that are best for my family.
Absolutely.
And Biden is not what's best for my family.
Absolutely not. So if you could tell me, with Biden absolutely not being best for your, which I agree, by the way, not being best for your family, how your vote, which by the way, again, votum, the Latin word to wish, your vote for whoever, if you write Trey Taylor in there, how does that, since the popular vote doesn't elect,
doesn't have to be the fucking popular vote.
So
doesn't have to be the popular vote, man.
So
he was talking to Trey.
What does it have to
he was
be?
talking to Trey.
Oh yeah, I was. I had you don't want. Yeah.
You're dead set on making this argument about the popular vote when nobody's going against you about the popular vote.
So then why are you? I don't understand.
Because the vote matters in my state based on the amount of electoral college votes that will go towards the presidency.
Okay.
And that's how that system works. So if I don't vote, and my state, which would be Maryland, which will more than likely probably vote Democrat, that means that those electoral college votes will go to the Democrat, which would be against what I believe. I don't want Biden to win. So I have to vote in hopes that there'll be enough Republicans that vote in Maryland so that the electoral college votes will go towards the Republican.
Okay.
I nobody's arguing the popular vote with you. Nobody on this panel is.
Then I don't okay, here, and I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. This really sounds like a great conversation for 1988. It really does. We are just going to wide open ignore what is happening around the globe to your position as a country, as Americans that were brought up. And by the way, I can't forget I'm American, and shout out to JT and any other black veterans here. There's nobody more patriotic than black veterans. We fight enemies for enemies. Yeah, I get that. But I don't know, am I the only one here that sees that this is part and parcel Pompeii? This is the fall of Rome. This is the fall of the Byzantine Empire happening right now. And am I the only one seeing?
No, I think we all see it, but I think what Payne is talking about is just the understanding of just the whole process of voting, and then how important it is to not be tethered to one party. Specifically, he was speaking of Democratic, right? Okay. So when he's saying that, that's just a piece of the cake that we have to buy. First, before we can get to anything else, we have to understand the whole voting process as a whole. And a lot of us don't. And so what he's saying is that the majority of us we're voting blindly, and we're only going because it's kind of like being sheeps, right? If we break up and said, fuck that shit, even if even if it came down to you don't vote, right? It's because it has purpose. Most people are voting with no purpose. They're just doing it because their mama did it and their grandmama did it and all those folks said. And what Payne is saying is that we have to start being more involved in the process. Even if we say, fuck both of them dudes, fuck both of them parties, fuck all that shit.
JT, can I make a time to what Uncle Jeff said? He mentioned the military, right? Yeah. That's one of the things and we talked about, I want to get rid of the Democrats. Guess who's destroying the military? Guess which party is destroying the military? Definitely the Democrat. What I'm saying is that, again, I know you're trying to fix this thing about popular vote and all that. I'm saying that we could make, even at 14% of the population, we could make a difference in who makes the policies at that high level, right? Because the swing states matter. They do. And we have a lot of sway in the swing states. And so all I'm just trying to say is if we get Biden out of there, the military will be stronger. We probably wouldn't have men with dresses in those key positions. We probably wouldn't have drag show queens going to do out, show out for our troops. Right? We'll have a different kind of, hopefully we go back to don't ask, don't tell. So the point I'm trying to say is, so I'm just thinking the liberalism that racks our country needs to change. Now, all the other stuff with your fortes, the economics are not there. we should get there, but that's a whole different plan. That's a whole different conversation. That could be a whole different panel to talk about how we get to those 4 tiers.
Okay.
Uncle Jeff, Uncle Jeff, if I may for a
Damn, I
second.
forgot. Boss
That's
man.
boss man.
Oh no,
Yeah.
you're fine. You're perfectly fine.
My bad, bro.
Is that the voice of Christ? What's going on?
Damn sure the voice of reason. Come on,
Yes,
boss
Lord.
man.
Don't worry. As a black veteran who served in the Marine Corps. I
simplified devil
Salute,
dog.
bro. Salute.
Simplified devil dog. What I hear in your commentary, in your verbiage, what I'm hearing is that you're wrestling between an esoteric and an exoteric mindset of understanding how our country works.
Okay.
Am I understanding that correctly?
Let's go with yeah.
Okay. So we were dealing with an exoteric mindset of dealing with the system to what Arpain is talking about and what Trey was talking about, where we have to kind of work in the system, understanding how the system kind of works. But what you were talking about is an esoteric understanding, in that bringing up the root word of votum and understanding that in order to vote, we are participating a ritual, in a sense, where we are doing something blindly and doing something but for those at the top, and doing something without realizing what its true purpose actually is, and doing something that serves only one purpose, and that purpose has no personal purpose but has a different purpose for those who really want to control everything on an esoteric level, on a internal level that has all control for the most part.
Okay.
Rome, in a sense. So,
yeah, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yep, Rome, in a sense. Rome is falling, Byzantine Empire, so on and so forth. So the struggle here is that on an exoteric level, from what Arpain and everyone else is talking about, I kind of understand, in the sense where we kind of have to deal with things, understanding that there's a deeper meaning to voting than what it actually looks like on the outside than what it is on the inside.
Okay.
And so, to your point, there is no point to voting, to a sense, because yes, things are going to happen whether we like it or not. Whether we vote red, whether we vote blue, whether we vote white, as far as independent, things are going to happen. Things are going to happen as the people who control the puppets, as they see it. The people who control everything are the people who have the money to control it.
Okay.
For the most part. And if you have the money to be able to garner and garner, or for that matter, engender power or influence, those are the ones that are going to see their vision to come to some sort of fruition. Okay. So for the most part, voting is virtually pointless to some degree. To your point, is that the point that you're making?
Well, yeah, well, that and if I could throw this in.
Sure.
I think that it's vulgar that whenever we ask for something specifically, that we are supposed to be thrown into the American bucket when the gays aren't, and the Mexicans aren't, and the people with one leg longer than the other aren't. I think that until I see bills, I can't take this serious until I see a bill that or an executive order from a president to launch a federal investigation into the purposeful keeping of business funds from Black people by Black banks. No president has to wait for that. Until I see a president launch a federal investigation into the purposeful running of freeways through Black homes. Until I see that same type of investigation launched to find out why it is that lead in paint on walls is still up and going up in Black areas, and how that lead paint makes it there. No president needs anybody's help to do that, but nobody's doing that because it helps us specifically. Until I see a president say, hey, Let's do something about this Dred Scott decision thing and the fact that black people's right to vote is voted on every 25 years.
True.
Because those things aren't handled. Because
Correct.
it is vulgar for us to ask for things specifically. Because the Asians are routinely the lowest voter turnout.
Yes, and
because of how they have their shit together in other areas. And because we routinely welcome the giving away of the things we have that make us powerful.
Correct.
I just don't get all the fervor, all the liquid, all the fucking frothy mouth discussion.
Correct.
About who to vote for any reason. And I'm not going to even put on that the Marine, our borders are open.
Correct.
I'm talking to you, bro. I'm talking to you on some 0311 shit.
I know.
So with borders open, with the enemies that are aligned against us that didn't get trophies from making it from the car to the field.
Mm-hmm.
That's who our new Marine Corps has to fight. I don't know when you went through boot camp, but when I did, there was no such thing as a stress card. There was nobody to stop a drilling instructor.
There still isn't a stress card. That's only in the Army. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, did they? Okay, forgive me. Then they stopped. Are you trying to tell me? Hold on. Gentlemen, are you going to make me Google Marine Corps boot camp stress card as if it never happened? The point is that it happened.
And well, it didn't happen in my Marine Corps.
Okay, when did you go through?
This is 2020,
2012.
2012. Well, perhaps it had stopped by then. I'll look through, but
look it up because I didn't have it. I sure as shit didn't have it.
Yeah, okay. It started in 2000 in 1999. That's when it started.
Army didn't have that shit.
I didn't have that.
Yeah, the Army did have it.
Where was you at?
I got out in 2000.
Go ahead, Jeff.
They just had started it in 99.
Jeff, go ahead and make your point because I don't.
2012.
Jeff, go ahead and make your point because I don't want to slow the conversation down with something that's adjacent that ain't got nothing to do with this. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Well, but my entire point to this is that the ship is on fire and everybody's trying to argue over whether we're going to have pizza or fish sticks Friday. That's what it sounds like to me with this voting. You don't see your enemies looking at these two old feeble men you've picked out of a fucking hat. You don't. We really are going to focus on this with open borders, with a Russian nuclear submarine just 3 weeks ago off the coast of Cuba, closer than when John F. Kennedy fought in the Bay of Pigs.
There you go.
Okay, and you buying, I'll say this and land it, you buying that the press told you that the son of a bitch was raggedy? Do you understand that a raggedy Russian submarine that lets off a nuclear warhead, wherever the warhead hits, it hits right on target?
Correct.
Anywhere in the middle of Wyoming with no one there, it's right on target. Does anybody else see that? And how the hell, how the fuck is what's going to happen in November the most important thing to you? I just don't get it.
So your point is that the esoteric portion of this is most important than the exoteric.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So with that in mind, so I'm gonna land the plane there. Is that all of the because to our Payne's point, and I'm actually going to draw correlation to what the right wing does also, which is the fear baiting, the kind of the race baiting stuff that the right does, as that also the left does as well. Both sides does it to its respective people, which both sides fall victim to. All of that is just enough to bring fodder to the flame, basically to get people to play into the exoteric kind of sort of meaning of voting and distract from what is really of concern, which is what Uncle Jeff is talking about, that no one seems to pay any attention to, which brings to some sort of fruition, brings to a head to what Trey was talking about, which is a lot of people who vote, to include right-wing people and left-wing people of the same bird, might I add, vote without paying attention or being informed. Both sides do it. And what really happens is once the dust settles and the fireworks are over with, pretty much the government and whoever paid their person to get there, for the most part, after electoral college does its thing, for the most part, whoever got paid the most to be there, they do whatever the hell they want to do in the first fucking place.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm done.
Like, can I make? I have to drop. So can I just?
Yeah,
I just want to less than 2 minutes and I'm out. That first video you showed with Michael Singleton, to me, he's a prime example of what happens to black Republicans. Black Republicans get crushed in their own party. So again, if you look at in that video where he was then, that was several years ago, where he is now, very different perspective. He's still a Republican, but again, they do not allow black voices in the party. When Michael Steele was elected chairman of the party, he wanted to make a major push, to our Payne's point, about trying to appeal to black people. They wouldn't let him do it. So again, the idea of there's no such thing, I think, as a black Republican, or at least those guys when they try to do so. I've met some of those black Republicans, and they've told me personally how frustrating it is to try to create a black agenda within their party. So again, for a lot of those guys, they carry on with it, but either you drink the Kool-Aid fully 100%, or they don't recognize you. So that's my experience being around black Republicans, and I know my nephew knows Brother Singleton very well, and he's expressed again those frustrations that many in the party have with that. Last thing I want to say, as far as Brother Anderson's, if to Uncle Jeff's point, as far as the things that you're talking about, if they're truly existential, then what makes Brother Anderson's solutions any better? Because we've seen historically the things that he's talked about has oftentimes been tried by black people. How many times have we talked about Black Wall Street? And what happens anytime black people have tried to create those type of entities in this country? The class that's been ahead of them for 400 years has wiped it out. When we tried to buy media, Bill Cosby tried to buy NBC. They wouldn't let him do it. Byron Allen tried to make a play for NBC. They wouldn't let him do it. So for a lot of these points that he wants to make, there's some forces out there that prevent that from. Now, again, we have our own problems that Trey Taylor was saying earlier, but again, history has shown that when we tried to do for self, that worries some people. And those efforts have been put down anytime we've tried to get any peace, because again, there's been a group of people who've been here first, and they're not trying to let go of anything. And this is the same conversation that W.E.B. Du Bois had and Booker T had, where Booker T was like, look, we need to do all this stuff. And W.E.B. was like, look, what matters if you get that stuff if they can take it away from you? So again, we've always had this conversation for over 100 years about, is it about the rights, or is it about the money, or is it about whatever? There's powerful forces out there that do not want us to have. That doesn't mean that we don't push through to have better, but we've been here before, and this is not a new conversation. So,
but you don't suggest we stop doing what we're doing.
No, I just said that. I literally just said that. That's the last point I made. But I'm saying, this isn't a new discussion. Go back to Booker T and WBB. They fleshed all this stuff out 100 years ago, and we're still kind of in the same place. And for those who've tried to get ahead,
Mr. Bennett, if I may, the difference is that the bullshit will be televised.
Did you hear what I said?
You hear what I'm saying? Back in the day, they used to cover shit up. They'll sit up there and they'll get rid of the newspapers. They'll bury the stories. They'll drown out towns and turn them into lakes. Bullshit like that. They can't do that shit no more. You know what I'm saying? Because everything now is televised. So my thing is this: if you go in and you burn up a whole entire community and set it on fire because they decide to have a Black Wall Street, I think the ramifications would be different.
But we've had a Flint, Michigan, right? Hang on, but we've had a Flint, Michigan, and we've had a Jackson, Mississippi also.
Yeah.
So again, stuff's still going on where again masses of black people are being impacted, maybe not in the same ways, but in different ways.
At the same time, Mr. Bennett, our Black Wall Street doesn't have to be physical anymore. It could be digital. That's the difference. We live in a different world. Just because our world looks different doesn't mean that we stop trying. Because of the
100%.
Somebody else.
I never said not to. But again, getting back to Uncle Jeff's point, if the ship is on fire, if Rome has to fall by default, then what matters if it's Brother Anderson's solution or political solution or what? It just has to. The thing has to burn down, and something else has to be built up. What difference does it make if he decides to do it? Because again, and especially today with the weapons that are available, the point that you just made, if none of that stuff matters, if the bombs go off, nothing's going to matter. None of this conversation is going to matter. So, but guys, I really need to go. Brother Jeff, again, I want to get on with you a lot earlier because again, I regret the fact that I had to drop from the show before. I followed afterwards. You had some points to make or whatnot. I certainly respect your viewpoints and whatnot, and certainly before we get chop it up early in the show. But I really appreciate you coming on and sharing your perspective. Absolutely.
Hey, Mr. Bennett, let me ask you a question before you go. Have you read the Project 2025 yet?
I have bullet points. I have a lot of it. In fact, it's just on my phone here. From I just sent it, but that's some scary. To me, that's some scary stuff. And no, I don't curse, but but that to me, that makes a difference in terms of who I vote for, and so the initiatives there very much want to take us back to an earlier time. And I'm not willing to let that happen. Whether my vote means absolutely nothing, but I can, in good conscience, knowing what's there. Because again, especially if Trump isn't the guy who makes decisions, there's some guys who are way smarter than him who are putting this stuff together. And so he's just going to be the puppet that they're going to put up there. But they got some major initiatives that's going to impact us. And so so for that reason, I'm voting for Biden. And all other things considered, that Project 2025, if black people haven't looked at it, you need to be paying attention. So I really got to go, guys.
Can we stop talking about it in hushed tones and bring it up here?
No. We're gonna talk about it tonight because I've read it 4 years ago. But a lot of y'all just read it today. I've been reading it, and I will tell you this: a lot of fear mongering is what you guys are hearing from people who have absolutely no idea what it is. That's the reason why we're going to pull it up word for word, bullet point for bullet point, and we're going to explain to you exactly what that means and why it is what it is.
Okay.
So that way we can take the fear out of it. I'm all for educating people, and I want to make sure that I give you the unbiased truth about what's in it. I'm not going to add nothing to it. I'm not going to take nothing from it. I'm going to have you think for yourself, and you tell me whether or not that's a good thing or not. That's all it is. That's fair.
All right.
Is Jeff not fair?
You guys have a good one. Yes, it does.
Appreciate you, brother.
All right. Take care. Yep.
Sounds fair to me.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Oh no, I'm waiting to hear. Is it later? Are we doing it now? When is it going to happen?
Oh, it sounds like he's doing it now.
I got it up.
You got to pull it up, JT. Go ahead, pull it up, JT.
JT, before you start, let me just say something with regards to what Brother Arpane and Brother Jeff said. Both of what y'all said, I believe is true. We've spent the last 4 or 5 years in a space where we've started to communicate from South Beach to fucking Oregon, Seattle, whatever. The space is new. The conversations we're having are about our social issues. It's not about the country's issues, which now we can see coming to this part of the election that some of our conversations should have been about this stuff that's happening. Now, Jeff, I agree. A lot of those policies are placed in where they are. Our voice has to come to a point where we can become one. Without the women, nothing will ever change. Without the women, I'm telling you, And I used to say this to my friends when I went to the Gulf War. I had the privilege of being around generals and people that can make things happen. I understood America would be in this position. I didn't know it'd be this bad, where a black man and black woman would be fighting as much. But as far as the policies, the things that are happening, the transitioning of communities and all of that, I used to talk about this and nobody believed me. And here we are. And the only way it's going to get better, I'll say we might have lost this 4 years, but going into the next election, you have to stand and find a voice and stand as one voice. If not, it ain't nothing going to happen.
In order for us to be one voice, we got to be of one mind.
Yeah,
and that's why we have to educate each other.
Has to change.
And that's what we're about to do tonight.
Hey, we're not a monolith. I hate that shit. I fucking hate that shit. You can't find nobody else that screams that shit but old ignorant ass niggas. But go ahead.
Yes, poor people.
Okay, what are we looking at?
All right, let's go. Now, to give you guys the heads up of what this is before we start bringing this up, JT, where did you get this from? Because it matters where you get it from.
The actual, so like the website, the project,
2025.
2025. Yeah,
All
it
right.
is project2025.org.
All right. Now, just to give you guys the heads up of what this is, because 9 times out of 10, what people put up for you to see is totally different than what's really going on. Okay. Basically, what it is we're going to talk about the Chevron Deference Act. We're going to start with that first. Okay. And that way we're going to explain to you how all of this ties into it itself. Basically, what the Chevron deference is that in the event that Congress writes a law that's vague, they actually leave the policy enforcement up to the agency or the experts in that particular field to levy the, how should I say this, penalties that are involved, or make them the law keeper or the policy makers. Okay. They enforce what it is. They interpret it. Okay. They're basically interpreting the law. Well, basically what Chevron deference is telling you is that you really shouldn't have unelected officials leveraging acts on people just because you have no legal jurisdiction to do that. So what they did was they removed Chevron deference and say, hey, look, that's illegal for you to have non-elected officials making decisions on vague laws. What it's going to do is going to force Congress to make the law clear, or you do not pass it at all. So basically what they're doing, they're taking away all of the power from all these alphabet organizations that belong to the government who can just make stuff up as they go along and levy the penalties against people without due process. So that's where that comes from. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
that's without fear mongering or anything like that. Okay. Now, the other side will tell you that, you know, these people who write the laws are not experts and they shouldn't be talking about things they have nothing to talk about. Well, my thing is this: experts don't know the law. So they shouldn't be telling, you know, judges and attorneys the law. You see what I'm saying? Just like we can't tell them about whatever it is their expertise is. But the difference is that we were giving these people power to levy against the people versus actually deferring to Congress and say, hey, look, this is what the law says, and this is how you interpret it. So that's the issue. Now we're going to move on to Project 25. Go ahead. If you want to read it, go ahead, JT.
All right. Let me get to the top. About Project as 2025, building 9 for conservative victory through policy, personnel, and training. The actions of liberal politicians with Washington has created a desperate need and a unique opportunity for conservatives to start undoing the damage the left has wrought and build a better country for all Americans in 2025. It's not enough for conservatives to win elections. If you are going to rescue the country from the grip of the radical left, we need both a government agenda, and a right people in place ready to carry this agenda out on day one of the next conservative administration. This is the goal of the 2025 presidential transition project. The project will build on 4 pillars that will collectively pave the way for an effective conservative administration: a policy agenda, personnel training, and in 180-day playbook. The project of effort of a build coalition of conservative organizations will have to come together to ensure a successful administration begins in January 2025 with the right conservative policy recommendation and properly vetted and trained personnel to implement them. We will take back our government. The 2025 Presidential Transition Project is being organized by the Heritage Foundation and builds off of Heritage long-standing mandated for leadership, which has been highly influenced for presidential administration since the Reagan era. Most recently, the Trump administration relied heavily on the Heritage mandate for policy guidance, embracing nearly 2/3 of of Heritage proposal within just 1 year in office. Paul Dan, former chief of at the Office of Personnel Management, the OPM, during the Trump administration, serves as the director of the 2024 Presidential Transition Project. Spencer, is that Crentian? Spencer Crentian, former special assistant to the president and associate director of presidential personnel, serves as an associate director of the project. God damn. So this is the guy right here, Paul Dans, director of the project. Spencer, what do you call? How you pronounce that shit?
Cretian.
Cretian. Yeah. And then you got Troop Hemingway. I think that's it. That's all they had for that right there. I think they got some other shit coming up.
Yeah, that's just the title page.
Let's see.
So
right.
to talk about what we talked about earlier about, what do we do? You know what I'm saying? These people already got a plan in place. Just like we was complaining about, what we need to do is get together and do this, that, and the other. Well, the other side already got a playbook before they even get in office. So my thing is if they can do stuff like that, how come we can't do it as well? Go ahead, JT.
This book is an invitation for you, the reader, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith, and Ms. Smith, to come to Washington or support. This is the, by the way, y'all, this is the policy agenda, to come to Washington or support those who can. Our goal is to assemble an army of aligned, vetted, trained, and prepared conservatives to go to work on day one for the deconstruct day one to deconstruct the administrative state. This book is the product of more than 400 scholars and policy experts from across the conservative movement and around the country. Contributors include former elected officials, world-renowned economists, and the veterans for 4 president administrations. This is an agenda prepared by and for conservatives who will be ready on day one of the next administration to save our country. The Heritage Foundation is once again facilitating this work, but as our dozen of partners and 100 of authors will attest, this book is the work of the entire conservative movement. The next conservative president will enter office on January 20th, 2025, with a simple choice: greatness or failure. Damn. It will be a daunting test, but no more than every other generation of Americans has faced and passed. The conservative promise represents the best efforts of the conservative movement in 2023 and the next conservative president's last opportunity to save our Republicans.
Okay, our Republic. I don't know if anybody saw the obvious. Okay, let's go back to the last paragraph, please. Up a little. It will be a daunting test, but no more so than every other generation of Americans has faced and passed. And the next conservatives' last opportunity to save our republic. So then basically what you are telling me is that every generation before us, the next coming president had to save our republic. Is that what you're saying?
Damn.
Because if not, I have a PhD in 2 areas: pimp shit and nigger shit. And that's some pimp shit right there. What it sounds like I just heard is the first 2 episodes of season 1 of The Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah.
And Uncle Jeff, just to go ahead and add a bullet point to that. Everyone loves to say that America is a democracy, but right here, the last word, our republic. We are not a democracy. We are a democratic republic.
Mm-hmm.
Fashioned after the Roman setup. We are not a democracy. We are a republic. And that right there says it right there.
It says right there, bro. What was your MOS, man?
3043 supply.
Okay.
That was my dad's MOS supply.
Is that quartermaster?
I'm not going to spit mine out. It sounds like bragging.
Yeah.
Now,
let me ask y'all this. Where is the Democratic version of this? Where's their plan?
There isn't one. It's LGBTQIA plus.
Yeah,
they got numbers and letters and stuff in there now. Yeah.
And stole the rainbow. How you gonna steal the rainbow?
They stole all the colors, made up some stuff, threw in some stuff. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell you something else. You say what you want to about them.
It's 72 genders. That's what it is.
You say what you want to about them, but we've been struggling with trying to deal with nigga for over 150 years. Nigga, they destroyed faggot over a summer.
It went back to me.
You could say it, and the next summer you couldn't.
It went back to meaning a cigarette all over again, didn't it?
All over again,
man. You can't even mispronounce their pronoun. I'm a they.
No.
You
get
put off airplane.
That's in the school.
I don't play that shit. Because here's
Uncle Jeff.
Yes, sir.
So we're gonna get to
that language is currently in public schools right now.
Dude,
you have to call them by their pronoun.
Well, here's the arrogance.
Go to the playbook, JT.
That's where it is, brother. You go into a school and you're a teacher, administrator, and someone has called them by their pronoun on their application. You have to use it.
Okay. Well, here's the arrogance. If I'm calling, okay, who just left here? Mr. Benning? Mr.
Bennett did, yeah.
Mr. Bennett. In order for me to use a pronoun to describe him, he has to not be here. Do you understand how arrogant it is to demand what a motherfucker call you when you're not around?
Right.
And that.
They just kicked the whole goddamn English rule book out of the damn.
They changed the definition of what a woman is.
Popular.
Hey, yeah. I just want to ask a quick question, really quick, just trivia. Does anyone know? Well, 2 things. One, does anyone know what is behind the House of Representatives lectern? The 2 statues that's behind the House of Representatives lectern. What they're called? No. They're called the Roman fascia. Okay, I'll leave that alone. Next, one last thing. Do we know what is needed in order for the House of Representatives to actually conduct business?
A joint and a radio.
I wish. It's actually a queen's scepter. We still operate under the Roman fascia and the queen's scepter.
Mm-hmm.
And we operate under the Roman rule. And this is why the Pope was able to take the same route and pattern and path that the president takes whenever he's inaugurated.
Get the fuck out.
Food for thought.
That makes sense, though.
Well,
This is why England is still so prevalent.
That's why every president was knighted by the queen. But go ahead, continue.
Yeah. Because they bored. Them goddamn Brits, they are bored in a motherfucker. They all in our business. What y'all doing over there in America?
No, that's not about business. That's not about business. America has forever been a leg of Great Britain. It forever has been. And it's almost like black people, you can bring this shit up, you can talk about it, and you will still, don't forget to vote. You will still get that same hang lip bullshit with all this going on. You can still get the same. It's great. This is this Republican Democrat. It's a great conversation from 1975. 2024, nigga, the aliens are here. The jig is up. When are we gonna stop this great pumpkinism? That's my question. Did anybody else see the big alien that landed in the Mexicans' backyard in Vegas last year?
Yeah,
Was that just on my TV?
No, it wasn't on your TV. It was on mine too.
It was on mine too. And as soon as they got a chance to clean it up, everybody saw the trailer of Men in Black 5.
We got to get Trump.
Facts, GT. Facts.
We got to get Trump. We got to get Trump. We can't let him back in. Trump. Okay.
I can't wait for them to try to make them pay taxes.
As soon as the Pentagon said
since you're gonna be here, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh no! How can you when all of your technology has been reverse engineered from what we've given you?
Oh, okay, Uncle Jeff. Yeah. You better stop it.
And just a little bit more understanding with this project 2025. What they're going to be doing, and I don't know if people are privy to this, they actually conduct workshops and online seminars and all that to push this rhetoric and how they're going to implement it if leadership changes. So it's important.
It's not
to know.
rhetoric. If Trump getting it's going down.
Yeah,
and ain't nobody gonna stop him.
You know, they're having seminars, online videos, and mentorship. So they're actually training people right now to sort of step into these roles. And
well,
yeah, I mean,
let me ask you this: what's stopping us from doing the same?
We need our women.
Who's we?
And the black man.
Hey, but Trey, you got to forget about that, man. The black women.
Well, listen, the young and the old, from 21 to 61, we all need to stand together. Have one guy.
Well, I'm like Uncle Jeff right now, man. Did anybody see the shit that Biden came on and what he did with the whole thing with the sitting president and the shit that they just passed? How the fuck did they just go out there and just automatically just put that bill into a law to protect the sitting president?
Yeah,
that shit is crazy.
Yeah,
because they do.
You gotta dissect that.
No. They didn't put it in law. It's not in law.
They made it a policy.
They didn't make it a policy. They ruled on what the law says, but they didn't make it law.
Okay.
By the Supreme Court. Supreme Court cannot make laws where they interpreted what the law actually was, and he made a standing on what the law stated by its interpretation. But its interpretation is not what the actual law says. But because of what they ruled, they then said, this is what I say it's interpreted as. Therefore, it is what it is. But it's not.
Right.
Yeah, but they did their job, though. We might not like it, but that's
Arpane,
their
you're
job.
correct. You're absolutely correct, Arpane. But words have meaning. When you say they made it law, they did not.
No, you're right about that. Yeah, I agree.
What does that mean? They did their job. What does that?
Their job is to interpret the Constitution.
No.
Wow.
They did their job in the sense that they did what they think that they were supposed to have done.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Isn't it something else that's about to come down the pipeline for? I mean,
the
timing just seemed crazy to me, man.
But we started with the deference, Chevron deference. They ruled on that.
Yeah, we talked about that already.
They ruled on a few other things. So, and this one with the immunity thing. So, one of the things they ruled on, I think the liberals didn't mind. I forgot which one that was.
I know you're talking about Arpane. Damn it.
The Chevron difference thing set all this up so that Project 2025 could run smooth.
So we're gonna go through the rest of this, but I forgot what it was too, boss man. But I remember.
Yeah, they ruled unanimously on it, and I can't remember what it was, but I know what you're talking about. Go ahead.
All right, so playbook. The time is short, and conservatives would need a plan. The project will create a playbook of action to be taken in the first 180 days of the new administration to bring quick relief to the Americans suffering from the left's devastating policies. The fourth pillar of the project 2025 is in our 180-day transition playbook and includes a comprehensive, concrete transition plan for each federal agency, only through the implementation of specific action plans at which agency will the next conservative president administration be successful. Pillar 4 will provide the next president a roadmap for just doing that. To learn more about the Project 2025 vision for the conservative administration, please read our recent published book, Mandate for Leadership, The Conservative Promise. What the hell, man? So,
Okay, you actually going to read this to us line by line? Can we get to the?
No, this is the last.
You got to buy the book, baby. That's how you support them.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get that mandate for leadership right here.
Click it. It's a clickable.
Shit, nigga, there's a whole fucking. Let's see what they got. It's 922 pages.
Okay.
It's a whole fucking book. Yes, sir.
Well, so far,
damn.
All I've heard so far is that white folks is cooking up some shit you're probably not gonna like. I haven't heard one thing, and I think this is the problem, is that somebody needs to read this 900-page book. If it's gonna be all of us, if we all buy it, if we buy it just to read it, that has to happen. Because right now, we're all just standing outside of an elephant blind trying to describe it on either end of it. Somebody's got a hold of a trunk, somebody's got a tail, somebody's got the side, somebody's got a foot. Okay, this just sounds like white folks cooking up shit to me.
Well, see, that's what happens when you don't have nobody inside the club.
Okay, so
y'all can't even see the book, huh?
No,
you got to share the screen, man. You're on a different screen.
Oh, that's why I was about to say, what the hell? I was looking like, why the hell y'all don't see this shit? Okay.
I mean, I don't know what I'm upset about yet.
Jeff, let me tell you something. Other folks gonna get upset for you, man. They're gonna tell you what to get upset about.
Yeah,
white folks over there cooking up stuff. It must be bad.
Okay.
Hey JT, that's the actual book, right?
This is the actual book.
It's not going to be in bright red print. Here's the part where we get rid of niggers. That's not going to be
true.
So if that's what you're looking for, that's not there.
So let me say in the plan
All
of what
right.
we're going to try to do now is kind of go through this, or I can give you a little synopsis that gives you the bullet points, unless we're going to try to get to some juicy meat on this.
Unless it's already got chapters on it.
I'm about to say,
let me. I got a little short bulletin. It might get us to where we want to go.
Yeah.
Now, listen, I'm gonna just start because we know what he started with. So let me just start from here. Okay, the Project 22 asserts that the president has absolute power of the executive branch. Critics of Project 2025 have characterized it as an authoritative Christian nationalist plan to transform the United States into an autocracy. The legal experts have asserted it would determine the rule of law, the separation of powers, the separation of church and state, civil liberties, and okay, so it has some other stuff. It says the Heritage Foundation president, Kevin Roberts, said in July 2024 that we are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless, okay, if the left allows it to be, right? So Paul Dans, the project's director, said that April 2023, the Project 25 systematically is preparing to march into office and bring a new army of aligned, trained, and essentially weaponized conservatives ready to battle against deep state, whatever that is. Okay? Acknowledge it's counterintuitive to recruit so many to join the government to shrink it, but point out that the need for a future president to regain control of the government is to have strategically people that he puts in the right positions over these agencies, right? So he's going to take a whole bunch of federal employees and actually make those employees the executive branch will appoint those employees as opposed to them going through the regular hire process.
They
So
do
that's
that anyway. They do
Huh?
that anyway. They do that anyway.
Well, no, for SCSs and stuff like that, they do. But there's a whole lot of other agencies that they can bring on under that umbrella that they haven't. So I don't know how deep they're going to go. It's almost sounding like even if you're like a GS-15 or something, that they might even try to start appointing some more of those as opposed to select senior executive service people. So I don't know. So there's some juicy stuff here. The plan proposes to take partisan control of the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Department of Commerce, the FCC, the FTC, and to abolish DHS.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, dismantling the Department of Homeland Security, which I don't necessarily disagree with, by the way. And
it's a lot of people losing their jobs.
No, it's not losing. No, it's not about losing the jobs. It's about
enforcing what we already got.
It's
so you see where this is going, right? So they want to take over and restructure the government and the inner workings.
Yeah,
right?
you're talking about basically the Hell's Angels in suits.
Yeah,
saying so. What you really discussing, gentlemen? I don't know how many of you have watched it. It's a dope ass show. It just got too goddamn depressing for me. I kept trying to go.
Which is that?
The Handmaid's Tale.
Oh yeah.
Has anybody here seen The Handmaid's Tale?
Yeah, it got too depressing and it got.
I was like, fuck. When are these chicks gonna get a break?
That shit was crazy, man. But shit seemed like a damn horror movie though. After a while, you like, God damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they gonna get a break, it was always something.
Well, gentlemen, it's either them or the Russians. You take your pick.
So Arpain, about that last bullet about abolishing DHS.
Right.
I'll direct this question to Uncle Jeff here. So one of my long-standing contentions about the military as a whole is that DHS in itself, as far as defending our borders in a sense, one of the things I've had about our military is that we spend a lot of resources defending outside of basically OCONUS instead of deploying our forces and doing what other nations typically do with their military, which is utilize them as well as OCONUS, as well as CONUS as well. So with that in mind, getting rid of DHS and using our military forces for more CONUS efforts. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that any use of a military in a state where you have as splintered a faction of interest as we do is dangerous. Meaning, when you got this binary of a system, the system is so binary now, as it is supposed to be, that I don't know that would. I don't know that in the CONUS state it matters, if that makes any sense. It doesn't matter because we are so on the point of ripping apart, and those who we have fucked over. When I say we, I use that so loosely because it don't really have nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
But this country has so fucked over so many people, destabilized so many governments, done so much underhanded shit that the superpower. Imagine, what you're discussing is the use of a mighty sword in a room, but outside that room is the people who have access to the sword, arguing tooth and nail at one another while the building is being surrounded. So the sword is going to wind up almost imminently and on purpose by some of the people in the building being controlled by the people outside the building. If that's it. And I wasn't trying to be obtuse, dude. That's really
no, it makes sense. No, that makes sense. I got you.
Hey, don't forget. Hey, Lost, did you introduce my man Josh?
Josh,
Yeah.
welcome to the show, sir.
Welcome to the show, my guy. What's going on, bro?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's all you niggas I can't see?
They on the
we're
phone.
off camera. Yeah, we're off camera.
They're off camera.
Okay.
Go ahead, R-Pain.
I mean, now I'm on camera. Is that how that works?
Yeah, that's how that works, man.
Okay, I'm the voice of God now. Shit.
Yes, Lord. Is that
So
you?
There's a little bit more that we could talk about because we'll chop this up a little bit more, and then I guess. So listen.
And if you guys hold on for a minute, Payne. If you guys want, if you go to Project 2025, and you can actually download the book. I downloaded in PDF. So if you want to do that, you can also do it that way also.
I guess we should recommend people do that, right? Recommend it.
No
Listen,
doubt.
okay, the project recommends abolishing the Department of Education, whose programs would either transferred to other agencies or be terminated. Funding for climate research would be cut, while the National Institute of Health would be reformed along conservative principles. The project seeks to cut funding for Medicare and Medicaid. That's a big one right there. And urge governments to explicitly reject abortion as healthcare. That's another big one. And the project states that life begins at conception and seeks to eliminate coverage of emergency contraception under the Affordable Care Act.
God damn.
Yep.
Okay, so that's about
all the lousy shit that you was doing. You can't cover it up anymore.
No more.
So if you start with the Department of Education, right? We didn't start with abolishing that.
Yeah.
What's the implications of that? So are we just all charter schools? What are we talking about?
To be fair,
bureaucracy.
Yeah, it's only the abolition of Department of Education at a federal level. It pushes everything back down to the state.
Okay.
So the state is your kids, your problem, your funding, you deal with it.
So let's stick with that for a second. We see a movement to push a lot of federal laws back to the states. Is that a precursor to secession?
Part of the republic. Like if you're talking about like what a true republic is, it's kind of a more push back in that direction.
Well, because like if states, right, if we start pushing all these things back to states, essentially it's not really united anymore because every state is going to have their own little set of rules at certain levels, correct?
Oh yeah, well that's already cut up.
That's already there.
We're talking about making it. We're talking. No, it's already that way, but we're talking about taking it to the next level, correct?
Yes.
In other words, if
it's going to be more like a country than a state. It's going to go back to that.
Like this. If you're in the state of Alabama and you don't work certain alphabet communities pushing their agenda on your kids, your school board can say, we're not going to have those books in our community, basically. So they don't have to backdoor you through federal means to do that.
Yeah.
There you go. So a lot of that stuff is happening. So Medicare, Medicaid, I mean, you listen, you hit 65, right? They make you sign up for Medicare. No matter what your insurance is, right? Even whether you're on Social Security or not, because when I hit 65, I had to sign up, or else my primary health care wouldn't cover everything because they expect you to go over to Medicare, right?
Yeah, it's a supplement. Medicare is a supplement from your.
So I don't know what they mean by. So Medicaid,
they want you to get what you paid into the system out of it. That's all that is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
actually, what they want is not for you to get what you paid out. They want you to pay for tobacco on people from 30 years ago. That has nothing to do with you getting what you got out. That's, hey, we got to pay for our pain. You got to come in and start paying, not for our pain. You're paying for the dudes that used to hang out with our pain's dad.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's what you're paying for.
I'm paying home his granddad.
Yeah, somebody got to pay for your ass.
That's like when you first try to get some credit and they go, I'm sorry, Mr. Jenkins, we'd love to give you this car, but apparently you're defaulted on a refrigerator you bought in the 5th grade.
Right.
Wait a minute. Yeah,
but you can't get this apartment because at 4 years old, you got evicted.
Exactly.
Damn.
I also.
I'm gonna say, if I
just want to toss some of this in here because I kind of, as a conservative, I'm biased as hell. Obviously, I'm pro it, right? But I think it needs to be stated that, in the concept of the Department of Education, it's good and bad. Depends on what state you're in. If you're in an underfunded state, it's going to be an educational death. Right? It just is it's gonna be what it is. If your state can't afford its own education, your state's going to have like a funding problem from hell. This is going to be the downfall to it. I really think to be as fair as you possibly can to the policies is to literally try to go through the pros and cons of everything. That's going to be the bigger problem and the worst conversation, right? Because now we have to pretend like we might know what all of the cons are or all of the pros.
Well, Josh, wouldn't that mean that these people have to put somebody who's competent in office to make sure that everything is done properly? Is that correct?
Well, it depends if that state has the resources, right? Like say like Virginia, right? Like Virginia is kind of like, or not Virginia, West Virginia.
Oh, okay.
Really poor state, right? Like it is highly dependent on federal or federal resources, at least definitely within education, right? What are they going to do? Is Hillbillyville now going to just basically continue to be a bunch of additionally or worse?
Are they already under some zeal for higher education we don't know about?
We think so, but we don't know, right? It just all it does is it amplifies the problem.
Let me push back on that for you just a bit.
Okay.
I am a huge proponent of and unfortunately Black people get beat up if you call them Black. So I'll just say to people who are the inventors of the electric slide, whose potato salad doesn't have raisins in it.
Raisins in it.
Wait, I can't call you a black person? Like, that's bad now? What the hell?
No. It's not you that don't have that. I don't care what you call me. It's us that don't have our shit together, because we shouldn't have anybody teaching our children but us.
Well, I
The
technically
state
agree
shouldn't
with that.
matter.
I technically would agree with that, right? But
Yeah,
that's generally the idea. Is everybody seems to lean on public education, and public education is going to be state education, always has been.
Well, Josh,
I
let me
agree
ask you a
with you.
question. Josh, let me ask you a question. What if they eliminated public schools and said, you're now going to here take care of your own children and school your own children? Here's your tax funds dollars and get to work. What's going to happen if that happens?
Like the first concern that I would have off the top of my head would be a bunch of, which would generally be the vast majority of population, would mismanage their own funds. Basically, like say, oh, I've got like an extra, let's just say like a $2,000 tax credit off my taxes, right? So now that's $2,000 I supposedly push toward like creating our own, getting together with my neighbors and creating a private, our own private school. It would often be believed that people would go for like the immediate self-gratification, like, oh, I got $2,000. I might misspend it. I don't know, new car, whatever, some other problem, right? And then the education of the children kind of gets pushed off on the back burner.
Okay.
Now, remember, your kids' education is in your hands now.
Oh,
that
yeah.
means you're going to have to teach them. You got to take care of the lessons, all of that stuff. Make sure they get the physical fitness in, take care of all their needs. All the food every day they have to take care of. Now it's on you. But instead of them giving it to the schools, they're giving it to you now. What do you think would happen?
I think the vast majority of America would probably fail to be responsible. I say that because the vast majority of people already fail to be responsible. It just kind of is what it is. Either that or we push it off to like later on in life.
It'll be a disaster, period.
It'll be a disaster.
I disagree.
The problem right now.
But hold on, but before let me just say this. You did say something that people would naturally start to make little small enclaves of like-minded folks to help teach their kids, because there's not enough people who could be teachers of their own children. So you'd have to find new ways of developing small pockets of schools where you might have responsible people putting that money into a pool to educate a certain amount of kids. So we'll have like little enclaves of kids based on families getting together to do that. So, but left up to their own devices, the masses are going to just mess up the money. I mean, we just will.
Okay, so
it won't be no money. One thing that hurts us now in the public schools is that there's very little collective bargaining. Collective bargaining comes with home ownership in communities.
Yes.
With very little of that in the public schools. The public school, I have these conversations. Maybe 20, 25 years, it's going to be down to nothing, because without the funding, without some of these gentrificated neighborhoods, then there's not going to be anything for the poor black man and black woman and those children. That's what
in general.
The children are going to suffer, and like you said, who's going to pay our Social Security, because it pays itself forward.
I disagree.
So okay, I've been in education, man. It's going down.
Come on, Jeff.
Okay,
Do you guys want to know a bit more? Or what's
one
here?
of the best schools in Chicago
Okay,
to teach young children belongs to the Nation of Islam.
Yes, my son went there. My son went there.
Yes.
He went there.
What you gonna have, brothers?
One
This is
school.
what everybody's so afraid of. We are enough.
Just
Fuck
to be
the
fair,
Republican Party. Fuck the Democratic Party. Fuck Agenda 2025. Come with your shit.
Yeah.
Put our shit on us so that brothers can stand up and go, look, our pain is good at blank. Brother Ferd is good at blank. Brother Lost is good at blank. And here's what we're going to do. Every month, Every one of us owes 6 hours at least to these kids. We got mathematicians, we got scientists, we got everything we need. It's y'all that don't. I don't give a fuck about the ignorant white folks in Appalachia.
Jesus.
I don't give a fuck about them because Republicans don't give a fuck about them either.
Well, this is
So
technically true.
how is this? No. This is mathematically true. This is socially true. This is financially true. This is spiritually true. This is historically true. The secret is that we have been given the burden of the ignorant whites. Us.
Well, I didn't want to make it a race thing, but
It's always a race thing. It was a race thing before your daddy got here.
Let's mathematically go down this
Here we
and
go.
try to figure this out. What would that imply for, man, 14% of the population? It's not a big number to deal with.
Okay.
So when we're talking about like who wouldn't make it or who would have difficulty, I would already believe that it's already going to be like a small portion. If I'm being generous, let's say at most of the 14 population, right, it'll be 5% that's really going to suffer for it, right? But that 5% is already like what is already having difficulty.
Right.
According to the Department of Labor, like 65% of Black America is middle class. Add 10% to that is upper class. So now you've got basically like 3/4 of the Black population are pretty much doing pretty damn good, right? And we ain't even talked about the kids yet. We're not even talking about the kids in well, I guess the women would be included in that, right?
Okay.
It's hard to parse them out. But I would think that the worst you're going to hit is about 5% are going to suffer.
Okay, let me stop you there. Number one, those factors always skew and leave Black kids hungry.
Sure.
Number two, the Black people you talk about as suffering, fuck them too. Okay, let me be very clear. In what is coming, everybody ain't gonna make it. And we, as a black community, we have to get to a point that there are certain Black people we march to the edge of the earth and kick the fuck off.
Well, then there's no disagreement.
I don't care. So
Well,
exactly.
Yeah, there's no disagreement.
But here's
because we
the
would have
difference.
that same issue on the white community.
Difference. It's not. Hold on, brother. It's not about disagreement. It's about transparency. The Republicans aren't transparent enough.
Yeah,
to say that they don't. Because it's the Republicans who kick back on critical race theory, which really to me, I don't give a. Hold on. Ask me my question after my statement.
Well, I don't know. I need to know if, like, do you believe that, like, Project 2025? Do you believe those are Republicans?
I don't give a fuck.
Oh, okay.
I don't know because I don't give a fuck. Here's what I'm trying to tell you. With what's coming, all this betting on Project 2025 has nothing to do with fighting against your open borders. It has nothing to. This whole red, white, and blue thing is about to be 3 other colors. I'm telling you that all of this shit, what needs to happen is the Black people who are willing to stand and fight and die and think and move and act need to get together and fuck the rest of the world. The rest of the world gets our thoughts and prayers. That's what I think. I think ignorant motherfuckers who would take their $2,000 and put big wheels on their car instead of finding somebody to teach their kids get whatever the fuck they get. That's what I think. I think if it was given to us uncuffed, do you really believe that brother lost? I don't believe that if this was to come down the pipe, that brother lost would leave the kids around him lost. I don't think he would. And I think out of that would become the nation we need to become. Out of that would be the Black people that think like this. We are 85% of the NFL, so we gonna own it, and we ain't playing no games till we do. I think that is what's gonna turn shit around, and not a goddamn thing else for my people. When I say my people, I'm talking about the niggas on 60th and Damon. I'm talking about the niggas in Philly, the niggas in LA. I'm talking about the black people who don't, who are no longer under this ether that this country has ever given a fuck about them with any of the programs that come forward. That's who I'm talking about. I'm a separatist. So I think a little different about all of this shit. I say with the shit that's coming, fuck all of y'all. And I'm a United States Marine.
I don't think there's a large disagreement here, to be honest with you. I mean,
I don't, right.
It's still, though, like, the idea was the conversation is about, okay, here's a group of people. Now, keep in mind, right, Mr. Payne actually said a very specific group, Christian nationalist.
Yeah.
You realize, I don't know how much you're aware, like, you realize I'm a Christian nationalist, right?
Sure.
So, like, opposing groups outside of a very specific doctrine of Christianity would be shunned within government policy.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that, because here's, let me push back on that, and then I gotta go, actually, guys. Well, see, I'm sorry, and what's your name? I didn't get your name.
I'm Josh.
Josh, here's the thing, Josh. I think like this: black man, Christian, reader. Pick two. You can't possibly be all three. If you're a black man and a reader, how the fuck did you wind up over in Christianity? If you're a black man, yes, if you're a Christian and a reader, I don't know how you call yourself a black man. Have you read this shit? So no, I don't. I'm on the outside of Christian nationalism, because again, I'm on a different page than you, Josh, because your name starts with a J, does it not?
Yes, sir.
Did you know that the letter J is only 500 years old? So I'm going to ask you where the fuck Jesus got it from.
Bingo. Hello.
So while y'all wrestle around with that, I'm outside of that. I don't argue. Josh, do you have a passport?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been to Egypt?
Yeah, I'm currently in a foreign country now.
No, not that foreign country. Have you been to the Giza exhibit?
No, I haven't been to the Giza.
Okay, well then it's hard for me to argue Christianity with you anyway, because Christianity is some shit that was cooked up in order to stop the pagans from destroying Rome, and it has nothing to do with my people.
Come on, Jeff.
So I don't. So again, that's this whole Christian nationalism.
Jeff, to be fair, he is also an atheist. So
dig it.
He's an atheist.
Dig it. Okay. Well, I believe in God. I just fired King James as his publicist. I don't get down with none of that. So I'm about bringing my people, the people of the sun, the people who are not allergic to the fucking sun. I'm talking about those people, and bringing them back into their wisdom and into their own power. And it is outside of all of this shit. So when I hear these policies, they don't fear me. They don't strike any fear at me at all. I don't think there should be a public school for black children at all. I think we should teach our own children the way Korean people do right here in LA, the way Armenians do right here in LA. That's what I think. So that we don't have to hear anything about critical race theory. I don't think we should be. I don't think we should be vying for your jobs. I don't think we should be. I think we should take back all our shit. Stop letting the scratch and dent people of every other community over into our race and get our shit together, brother. So yes, this is almost. You know what this feels like? This feels like when Malcolm X went to meet with the leaders of the Klan and the Nazis. They found that they have far more in common than they did separate. So you and I are spot on. I think those people you're talking about, I think them black folks got to go too. I think that, I think we will be just fine if we stand where we are supposed to stand. The problem is, and this is where you don't have to worry, Josh, black folks ain't mad about what white folks done to them. Black folks is mad because white folks don't love them yet. That's why they can't wait to vote for you.
Jesus Christ. You know, it's
so yeah, it's always a racial issue, brother. It's always a racial issue. It's never not, unless you just choose to ignore it. You have to choose to openly ignore that a nation built upon racism is somehow gonna try to. You can't take racism out this flag the same way you can't take red, white, and blue out of it.
Come on, Jeff.
That's the real shit.
Right,
But
okay.
nobody wants to have that conversation, young Josh. So forgive me if I'm nonplussed by any of this, because I'm seeing the people that the red, white, and blue have fucked over. And that they here and they ain't scared of you no more. The
Y'all
Koreans
had
ain't scared of you no more.
You and Josh had a couple of conversations together before. Y'all had a conversation on Hamp's channel.
We did?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually from Hamp or Hamp's channel. I actually work for
dig
Hamp.
it. Hey man, look, man, it's the weed.
Y'all done had a couple of conversations.
No, it's okay.
Weed, brother. But yeah, I don't.
So
I mean, there's a lot of juicy. Let me tell you, there's just like we're having this conversation, education, and all this. How almost everything in this project is a show on itself.
Oh
That
yes,
what they want to do.
we're gonna have a good time talking about it too.
Oh yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Because they got so much shit in here. But here's the one thing I don't know. We don't have to go through. I mean, here's some more. I don't know how much more y'all want to go through. But one thing I think we're not really talking about, as ominous as this might sound,
sure,
the Republicans still have to win the House and the Senate to enact any of this shit. And they have to have all three, the executive, legislative, and of course they have the Supreme Court.
Not exactly, because if you'll listen exactly what podcast had said before. So the point of this is this isn't like a political agenda, right? It's not an elected position. The idea is to take conservatives and put them into specific branches of government within the executive government, right? Like, so that would be all of like the FBI, CIA, pretty much all of the alphabet.
You're still missing my point. You can't do some of those things even in the executive branch because the unfettered rights. I mean, maybe this new ruling might help them a little bit, but they can't just do it without the other parts of government. That's about.
To be honest, Arpain, to be honest, if you read it, said that they had 400 people who have formerly worked with the government, and those scholars who are working on it. So they thought through the bullshit. They had enough time. That's the reason why they wrote the plan and it's in place. They wouldn't have been able to boldly say what they were saying if they knew they couldn't get away with it.
And to Lost's point, if you recall, if we go back maybe 2 administrations back in Obama's administration, if you remember, they blocked over 300, maybe 400 appointments by Obama to include a Supreme Court appointment. So they've already had enough appointments made up in Trump's first administration, where they put in a lot of judges or conservative judges and conservative appointments in key positions already.
It seemed like Arpain, you've been confused about a few things. Have you ever heard the song "Sex Machine" by James Brown?
Yeah.
You know the part where he said, "Can I take it to the bridge? Can I take it to the bridge?" He's not really asking the band's permission. It's his fucking band. You know that. Right?
I know what you're saying.
Okay, you seem a little confused about a few things.
I'm not
like
confused.
when you watch wrestling. When you watch wrestling, you do know that those are special chairs they hit each other with, right? And that they don't really throw each other on their neck.
I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying. Listen, this plan that has everybody all crazy, right? Yeah. They're still gonna have to go through some stuff. I'm reading what's here. I'm reading what the Republicans are saying. That they don't think I know half of it might be enacted, but it's not the first time conspiracies and things like this have been put together to try to reshape the government.
I love you.
Are you reading the book, Arpain?
I'm just reading the thing from
Wikipedia. Okay. I thought you took.
No, so all I'm just trying to say is, it may happen, it may not. I'm just saying we could scare ourselves to death with this shit. And Jeff, I understand that we should be on a whole different plane, and that's how it should be. But
let's enjoy where we are.
That's not how it is. How it is we have the government we have.
Arpain, let me ask you a question.
Until we don't.
Let me ask you a question, Arpain.
Yes,
if the Democrats put their name on this project, would you still fear it?
Well, first of all, I didn't say I fear it now, but I'm saying I didn't say I fear anything, right? I'm just saying that one way or the other, whether this shit gets enacted or not, as Black people, we're gonna have to survive. Right. So I'm not. So the Democrats.
Let me ask you a better question.
The Democrats already have a plan in place to eliminate the First Amendment, Second, the Fourth, the Fifth, the Eighth. They're doing all that shit right now. They're weaponizing the DOJ. They're doing all kinds of shit right under your eye. And just because Black people, they say, well, we're going to give you a soft petroleum jelly on your ass and tell you everything is okay because the nasty Republicans, we're letting them do all that shit. We're living through a coup by the Democrats on our freedoms already.
Okay.
You know, so I mean, so
the reason why I asked Arpain, the reason why I asked that is I think what happens is that people become fearful of what they don't understand. Wow. You know what I'm saying? Right. Whether it's a Democratic agenda or whether it's a conservative agenda, just because you put a label on something doesn't necessarily mean you need to fear it. That's all I'm saying.
I
and until we actually educate ourselves on what we're looking at, I don't think we owe anybody our fear. I'm just saying.
Listen, I agree with you, Luke. I do agree with that. That's why I'm not afraid of Project 25. I know a lot of people are.
Go ahead, Joe.
Guys, I got a hot wife.
Yeah, I'm saying, Chef.
So I gotta go, but I'm gonna put this in the back of the chat. I put it in the back chat. I strongly suggest you take a look at it when you get a chance, especially you, Arpain. I would love to get your thoughts on it. It's a cartoon. It's called The Collapse of the American Dream.
Okay.
If anybody could just watch that.
I've been looking for this shit for the goddamn longest, Jeff. Thank you.
Man, it's basically the next, this Project 2025 is the next chapter in a playbook that's well over 100 years old. This shit you're going through right now has been orchestrated, bruh. Well, you got the vote, and then what the Republicans say with the Democrats. That's the shit you're supposed to be paying attention to. And every time somebody, you know what happens? Here's what happens. I'll say this, I'll get out of here. It's feminine logic from this place. A woman will destroy all of your logic with 3 words. Yeah, but still. Baby, I know you wanted to go get them Birkin bags over there because they on sale for $59.99, down from $6,000. But here's the reason. There's a zombie outbreak over on that side of town. There are people who are the undead eating other people's brains. So I'm thinking maybe we should just pass on the Birkin bags. Yeah. But still. You can show people how this shit is fake. You can show them the Federal Reserve. You can show them the truth about astrology, the truth about Jesus, the truth about how all this shit has been played out for them, and they will go, yeah. But still, I gotta go vote. All right, well then you go right ahead. And this, I promise you, Arpain, if you watch this cartoon, you,
I probably saw it already.
Huh? You probably have seen it already?
But I got it saved. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I've been looking for it for a couple of years, man. I'm glad you put that up there.
No.
I'm gonna watch it.
Okay. If you've seen it already, then it shouldn't take you that long to get back to me about it then, huh? Because you're going to click right on it and go, I already knew this about the Federal Reserve. I already knew this, and still I want to vote.
Okay,
that's what you're going to tell
Jeff,
me, right?
Jeff, one thing before you go, the point is, I take these positions that I have, doesn't mean that I'm ignorant about what's going on. Mm-hmm. It's the game that we're playing right now. I know we want to play a better game, a different game or whatever, So a lot of times we get confused on what we think things should be as
That
opposed to what they
has
are.
nothing to do with this conversation, brother. Nothing.
Okay, yeah, but you telling me that I need to see
Okay,
this shit.
here.
No,
So
I'm
what you
saying
telling
that.
me? So what you telling me then?
Okay.
That if I brought you a plate of food,
Yeah.
I bring you a plate of food. You've been told, look here, the macaroni got rat poison in it.
Okay.
The greens were old when it started. The onions were rancid. And this fried chicken come from a chicken. They usually take a chicken 4 years to grow. We grew this one in 8 months, which is the chicken in your store, by the way. Anyway, I'm going to tell you this. And you going to tell me, I know, Jeff, but you don't understand.
No, you mischaracterize everything.
No, I think I got you spot on, Cat Daddy.
No,
This
you
is
don't.
what you're telling me. You're
Yeah.
telling me that you already know, more than likely, the knowledge that I'm giving you. And that the knowledge that I'm giving you somehow is not relevant enough for you to stop playing the game. That's what you're telling me.
No,
And
that's how you're taking it. I'm just saying, you're saying,
what's the
I'm
other
telling
way?
you that the game is way it is now. And if we could come up with a methodology to change the game that works, I'd like to see it.
Well, then you haven't seen this cartoon because it covers that.
All right, cool.
So I'd love for you to watch it and get back to me.
All right.
Now I don't know. It's only a few minutes long. Won't take up that much of your time.
That's all right, man. I got the time. You know, I got.
Oh, wow! So that means by the next time I see you in the next few days, you will have watched
it.
At least.
Yeah, I'll have a written essay for you. How about that? You have to write the essay.
50 grand. All right, you people. I can't pretend I want to talk to you anymore.
All right, Jeff.
Man, you take it easy.
And that was Uncle Jeff, y'all.
Wop, 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 wop. Man, this is a great conversation, though, fellas. Hey, we got my man Elijah in the back, man. What's going on with your player? What's pumping? What's popping? What's popping?
Elijah's on you, brother. I guess he went to the bathroom. Oh, he's on mute.
No, he's off. He's trying to get to it. I think he got something going on with his mic. Go out and oh, there you go. No. Go out and come back in, Elijah. We got you.
Go ahead, boss man. I know you've been waiting, man. Trey Ferg.
Hey man, this is a great conversation, man. I think conversations like this are definitely going to be needed over these next, several years, man, to change the trajectory of where we're going as a nation of people, man. I only speak from, wanting for us to be better, man, as a whole. I've my experience of working with these families and going into these neighborhoods, man. We can say we're going to be separated, but there's always strength in numbers. And I believe, let's just say this, even if us, from what we see, the women don't come around. I still believe that it's going to be required for us, man, 12 to 75 to stand together in some capacity, because there's a lot of good brothers just looking for a reason to just be better. But
Trey Ferg, I will tell you this: if we have to stand alone, somebody gonna get left behind. Just saying, man.
Yeah, but
I know. Yeah, but
I know who can't be in front, though.
I know. Yeah, but I know. Here's my thing: if you don't participate and make a stand with us, you don't get to stand with us after we won the victory.
Oh no,
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry.
You can't stand on goddamn sideline looking and spectating and shit.
No, we don't need no cheerleaders. We need all hands on deck.
We don't need no clips. We don't need nobody putting clips on motherfucking IG and YouTube. None of that shit. You got to be out here with us. No doubt about that, man. Elijah, what's going on, man? You in there, man? What's popping?
Dream.
You still suffering from mutation, bro? Damn.
Yeah, we still can't hear him.
Check your settings, my man.
So I mean, I guess this was the main topic of the evening, but I think it's going to dovetail to since we're talking politics and stuff like that today. Let me just tell you a little precursor because I may be getting out a little soon. On Monday on Black Man Unfiltered Network, right? I have this what I'm gonna present.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Information Man. I ain't want to have you waiting too much long, Information Man. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, R-Pain. I wanted to acknowledge him, man, before.
Yeah, no, that's cool. No problem. What's going on, Information Man? Listen, what I want to talk about on Monday is Black female leadership, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Are modern women, are modern Black women ready for the presidency? Are they ready, or do they have the temperament for the presidency? And the reason why I even bring that up is because we have a woman we know that she might even have a short stint before the election. And if my man Biden wins, she's going to be president before that term's over. Is she ready? Country ready? So I think we can make a whole conversation. And I got some videos in the backdrop of the temperament of the sisters that we know and the way they think and the way we have so many examples of women, Black women in power who have gone astray. Can they handle the pressures of the presidency with the temperament that we have from the pool that we're pulling from? Now, we've always had some women who can lead countries, not this one, but it'd be nice a conversation to have people up to try to see what people think, especially women. Yeah. So I have some videos. So that'll be the Monday show at 7.
Appreciate it, R-Pain. Information Man, welcome to the channel, sir. Good evening.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
I don't know how much you've seen of the show, man. What do you think so far? What's on your mind?
I didn't see much because I was going live on my other channel. I revamped my other channel that I have.
Awesome.
But the title intrigued me as to what Black men want to get out of the vote. I would like to ask each of you, what are your expectations for what you want to see? Because my personal position is that I'm tired of symbolism. I don't want symbolism. I want tangibles. I want real legitimate stuff that will benefit Black men in particular in our communities. And I feel like if either any of these candidates can't provide that, as they provide all this stuff for other people outside of us, then both political parties are not worth a dime, in my opinion. And really, I feel both political parties in a lot of ways are one and the same, or the same bird. Just one has a way of getting you different than the other. So what are your opinions about what you are expecting to get? I know you probably already had this conversation, but I'm just curious.
That's a great question. To be honest, I think we need to decide what we need as men. You know what I mean? Everybody has an agenda. You know what I mean? And for us, I think ours is a little bit different as far as what we need. Because if you look at it, everybody supports everybody around us except us. You got people like JP Morgan say, hey, look, we're going to invest in the sisters, but nobody's invested in the brothers. You know what I'm saying? So how are you going to support the sisters if you don't have, support from the brothers? I've never understood that. I understand it's a play that I've seen before from other people, and I've seen how that's worked, and it has not done us any favors. So my thing is I think we need to sit down as men and talk about, hey, what is it that what we need? You know what I mean? What is it that we could benefit from?
I think one of the problems in our society today, as it's become feminized, is that there was a time when you had male-only spaces, and you still have female-only spaces. So when I grew up, you had the boys club, and then you had the girls club, and then they integrated that into the boys and girls club. Then when you look at football has always been, and sports in general was always a space for young men. Now you have the push of flag football for girls. So if you notice, every time there are spaces for young men to grow, you're being told you have to make a space within a male space for females. Yet, when was the last time you've ever seen men go to female spaces and say to females, you must make a space for men in your space?
Right.
So this is going to continue to happen if we don't have real men that are willing to put their foot down and say, it's not going to happen on my watch. This is a program for boys, for young men. If you want a program for young girls like this, then go make your own over here. Just like the when Obama had the Brothers Keepers program, you know how that got all tangled out of whack?
So what about Black Girl Magic?
The women came and said, well, where's the program for the girls? So I don't think it all goes back to, I don't think in general in this society, people really give a damn about men. If they don't give a damn about men, how do you expect them to give a damn about boys?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they give a damn about our particular sex. We're just, we're utility. We're needed for making babies. We're needed for when you want to be married, so we can provide services to you, resources. It seems like we're just being used as a service for some other means.
Yeah, whether it's protecting, providing, whether it's
moving furniture around,
moving shit around,
infrastructure.
Yeah.
Right.
So one of the things that I've seen, and that I also understand is that the importance on developing young boys to be young men and eventually be older men has been taken away from us. You said the boys club, right? It was to fortify young men to be boys because they are leaders, providers, protect all the things that they said. It's the same thing. YMCA, they had to have a YWCA. It's kind of like they're putting women in a position where they think they have to be in competition with us. And that's crazy for me because they don't really want to be in competition. It sounds good when they're getting gassed up, but when they have to go and they have to apply certain things in life, it's very hard for them to apply. So guess what they would do? Use us for the utility. Now look what's happening now, where you have young men that are not being fortified. They're just being, growing up, having no skills. They have no manners, all these different things. It's because when you have a mother that's there and the father is not active in his life, that's a big missing piece that he has in his life. Now he has to survive his childhood, teenagehood. He also has to survive a portion of being an adult too, right? Because all the things that he should have learned when he was 9, 12, now at 25, he has to try to gather this stuff up. At 35, he has to gather this stuff up. That's the problem. And they see it. They understand it. But it gets to a point where people are dying and more people are being adults, right? So the thing is that this is why we have the gap that we have. Because a lot of people are not sharing what they're supposed to be sharing. But at the end of the day, you should be putting a lot of emphasis on young boys being able to be men, to be young men, to grow them up to be men. Now, young boys are growing up just to be units, just a unit.
Jesse, I got one. I got one even better for you. Now, men are automatically signed up for selective service at 18. Right. How come the women aren't saying, well, what about us?
because
they won't.
They want to be in all our other spaces. How come they don't want to go to war either, man?
Right.
It's selective feminism.
It's wanting the benefits without the risks that come along with that.
Correct.
But if you notice, these are the programs that often get supported when it comes to young men. It's the programs where you're dealing with young men that are in all fucked up situations, meaning they damn near going to juvenile. You notice that?
Yeah.
That's when the women in society comes to men and say, help us fix these juvenile delinquent boys.
Yeah.
But when it comes to us wanting to deal with them before they even get to that point, now the program has to be infiltrated with the feminization of it, right?
It's basically you're taking away the funds from those younger men.
But
you're
all
right.
of a sudden they want us when it comes to the roughnecks. Now they want to run to us and say, we've had these debates about, should black men, you should focus on taking care of your family. Don't be a, cleanup man. I've had those debates with people, but it does seem that way, that when it comes to the young men that are really in and out of jail and they're doing all kind of roughneck stuff, now everybody runs to us and says, come on, get involved. Help, help, help.
Yes.
When it comes to the roughnecks, because the women, they don't want to deal with they don't want to deal when they get rough.
Yeah, when they don't care.
Step in.
Yes. So when you got when you look at the younger this generation right now, these younger guys, they have no problem with putting their hat in the ring with these women. They have no problem with putting their hands on these women. And that's what why y'all not protecting us? Wait, what do you mean? You can't, you see the thing where the woman had the 5 kids, the 5 boys?
Yeah.
And she's crying, talking about they're not being respectful and all these different things. It's kind of like, do you understand that that's a process? Them kids didn't just jump out being bad kids. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Boys.
Like that over a period of time.
Right. So boys and girls, one of the things that we have to understand is that it's just a different type of formula that we need for both. Right? It's a different, but when you're talking about boys going to be men, you will want to grow them up so they can't utilize the most dangerous part of themselves. That should be used for them to protect, not for them to use for evil. You know what I'm saying? When you got and I told somebody this before, I said, have you ever seen a 300-pound 14-year-old angry, mad, and upset?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Do you know how uncontrollable that is? Do you know how dangerous that is?
Very dangerous.
Why would we want to get that? And the thing is that men, we get across to young boys and impressionable. About the time they get 16, it ain't really too much that we can say to a lot of them unless we have like, some of us has to be trained, right? Because some of us, when we meet some of them frustrated 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, and we're frustrated at 30, 40, and 50 years old, do you know that that's like 2 trains clashing? We don't want that, right? But it takes courage for that to happen. And a lot of women, the thing is that no slight to women, they don't have the courage to break those barriers when you have young 14-year-olds, right? The ones that can do it, I guarantee they have men on their side to help them. Counselors. What do they have? Men counselors also.
JT, I will tell you this. The only person that can stop that 14-year-old, the 300-pound 14-year-old is his father.
Yes.
That's the only thing that can stop it, because the father already knows what it takes to slow something like that down, because that used to be him. We got to start going back, honoring the people who actually make these kids. And that's our problem. We don't honor the men. We love to talk about them, about how they ain't this and how they ain't that. But my thing is, how can you get somebody to honor somebody to give instructions if every time you open your mouth, you de-edifying them? Yes. I think that's the problem. I think that is the honest problem.
Lost. This goes back to the topic that we left off on with our pain about the Project 2025 regarding the education process, is that when we have, since we're on the topic of boys, when we have the boys in schools and they're not brought up from jump with male influence in schools, This is part and parcel to why we have uncontrolled kids in schools performing in the way that they are performing in the way they are so abhorrently. Is because we have broken homes, broken systems, broken situations, and broken environments such as this. So when they don't understand and don't have a system or structure of authority at home, when they do have to experience authority in other locations, other places like schools, then you have a kind of a situation of disaster. So when you have a education department of education that's saying, hey, how much money do we give to this school based off of their performance, based off of their education, the academic ratings and test scores and so on and so forth, and you can't get them to study, can't get them to learn anything because they're a 16 or 14-year-old that don't listen, don't take well to authority, so on and so forth. That school times however many kids or boys that are acting like that can't pass a test, then they are underfunded, understaffed, so on and so forth, and the disaster basically metastasizes to a underfunded school, and then multiply that school times however many schools are in that county or in that district or whatever, and you have an entire region of schools that are underfunded and undereducated. Over.
Let me give you a scenario here. When we all grow up, we learn our first lessons and rules from our parents, right? So we learn what's right and what's wrong from our parents. And our parents send us out into the world and hope that the things that they've imparted to us, that we will use them. But the problem is that the environment that kids or youth go into is almost stronger than the values that your parents taught you. The environment is the problem. So why is it that this is the question, should we be concentrating on the environment that these kids are growing up in? So for example, if a kid is growing up in an environment that is dysfunctional, he's seeing violence, he's seeing despair, so many drugs, whatever you want to call it, and then he goes to a school and we expect him to be able to focus in school, to get his arithmetic right, to be this good citizen student. How can you expect that when this kid may be trying to figure out where he's going to get his next meal? This kid may be trying to figure out whether his mama going to get booted out of the apartment or whatever. This kid is also worried about those in the community that's trying to pressure him to be in a gang. I make the argument here that part of the component to this is the environment that they're in. And if the environment is not changed, I don't care who the kids' parents are. The environment will influence them. Kids are influenced by their peer groups, which is why kids will still do things that's against what their parents taught them because they're trying to fit in with their peer group, and whatever their peer group is doing, they can be led down that way. I deal with gang members, gentlemen. I talk to them. This is the evolution that they go through. The gang becomes their family. They follow that path because if they're coming from Compton or somewhere in LA and they came from a very tumultuous environment, they already have a disadvantage over a kid that comes from a good environment with good parents, even though that kid can go awry as well. But the kids coming out of that really bad environment, they already have some steps that they're behind on already. So the question is, we always focus on, well, you got to have better schools. Even if you have good intention, good teachers or people that have good intentions in the schools, we're still not dealing with the fact that these kids are coming from bad environments that they're struggling in every day. So what do people naturally do when you're in a struggling environment? You're trying to survive. Your survival becomes more important than anything else.
It does, because I mean, that's what they say. What they say, the ones that survive, it's the fittest. Who can get out here and see. But a lot of people don't understand also, and I always tell them this: pleasure, pain, right? And the majority of us, what do? We run from pain
to get to pleasure. And if that and so in that journey, what do we end up doing? If we can't get to pleasure in an organic way, what do we end up doing? Going to drugs, sex, drinking. It's a whole bunch of coping. All these coping mechanisms, because the only thing we want is what everybody want, every human want, is to be able to feel pleasure throughout our journey in life. And a lot of us are not fortunate enough to know how to go and navigate through it. So we would use coping mechanisms. And that's basically where it goes down to.
Fellas, have any of you all worked in a high school?
I have.
Yeah, I have before. Actually, when I was in college.
Okay, so
I've done work with kids in high school.
Okay, from 2024 basically to 2022. From Chicago to Indianapolis.
We're gonna flip that around 2022 to 2024.
Yeah, 2002 to 2022. I'll say 2000. I'll just go 2000 because that's when I started getting into the schools.
Okay.
And I'll say this from my experience. One of the biggest and most successful ways I was able to reach the youth, regardless of where they were in their lives, when I showed up, they never saw me in a shirt, a pullover. They never saw me in except on Fridays when they're dressed down, a polo. Fridays was the polo day. But Monday through Thursday, Mr. Ferg, I came to represent the way I wanted my message to get across. Every day I wore a tie. Couple of months in, they understood. You come prepared every day because they watch me and they listen. One thing, I never cursed at a child. Like when I come up here, y'all grown, fuck y'all. I never cursed at a child. I played fair, whether the bully was my best friend because if he had leadership skills. And if I can get him to sort of navigate to any possibility of being better, the whole mood would change within the classroom or the school. Now, one thing I did also, I reached out to the parents early to let them know who I was and I was going to be working with their child. I don't care if the mother was doing whatever. I've talked to fathers in prison and told them, I need him to protect his son because kids, I used to get these messages. I used to go to these homes and say, ma'am, I need you to support my messages. And once I started connecting with the parents, I found, listen, man, I've had to go into gang territory, talk to guys who were, I don't know the gang lingo, but these guys have some control over their little sector. And I got to go talk to them because this young kid who's fucking A+ all the way academically has a nice little, some talents to draw, paint. Nice to have to talk to him like, man, I need you to protect these guys because these guys are special. And one thing I used to try to get, I needed more men to show up. When I have parent meetings, 90% were female. Guys just didn't show up. Now, a part of that could be whatever relationship the child and the mother had with the father, but a lot of times the guys and fathers wouldn't even be notified. They wouldn't even be put on the school list in case of an emergency. So a lot of this, and once I was able to bring these young men into a space, into a circle, always sit in a circle, everybody facing, and we started talking about topics. Not only did we talk about it, show some video that exemplifies it and allow those minds to sort of dissect the videos like we do. And they start realizing they got shit in common. Man, you went through
Elijah,
that.
are you there?
Huh?
No, I was saying, I was asking Elijah if he's there. He been having a problem with his microphone.
So I'll say this really quick.
Go ahead.
Listen, fellas, it's gonna take the man to show up. Now, everybody's not built for it, and you don't have to go talk to kids you don't know. We all got nephews and little cousins, and know the family member whose son is, a couple of more bullshit situations, he could be lost. Work with that sort of capacity, let him know, talk him through what he's going through. Because we see what the women are giving them as far as the voice. And it just has to be a presence. And when you come It's not about what the hell he ain't doing. He done heard that shit all his life. It's about who he is and what he can do. Because I've had kids that didn't come to school fucking make the honor roll by the end of the semester. I've had kids that can fucking draw and write and do all this great shit, but nobody said, let me see your work. Let me see it. Bring it to me, regardless of how it looks, because they've been beat down. And I hope, and I would think that I would just hope that if you want to get into it, man, it's money's out there. It's money's out there. You just have to be willing to stand in that fire with these kids, because they're gonna throw everything at you to see if you're gonna break down. And you have to stand 10 toes down. And once they understand that they can trust you to show up, man, I'm telling you, it changes their lives, man. It changes their life. And to answer your question real quick, brother, we have to have a list of demands that we need for our young men. They need the training. They need to damn near go back to vocational school. Your ass, your mama on welfare, goddamn it, you going to vocational rehab. You going. You're going to learn these skills, because a lot of brothers, when I was coming up, came from single parent homes. They wasn't robbing and stealing. They wasn't using drugs. Them motherfuckers was taking their little skill they learned and fucking applying for these jobs in these factories. Half of them are in their early 50s. They retired because they've been at the job 35 years and shit. So it's going to take that dynamic. I don't know if we can get there, but the men show up, man. That's our future. Shit, the hell with the women. They don't want to come along. What else can we do? You know, just need a little more training. That's all.
That's true. That's very true.
So, I don't know.
Great discussion, brothers. I
Appreciate the information, man.
Appreciate you, man. Always got some good.
Adding. I'm gonna call it a night. But have a great weekend and take care, and we'll see what tomorrow brings.
Indeed.
Yeah. Much respect.
As always, man, it's a pleasure having you on, man.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You guys always have fire topics over here, so I can always expect something that I can learn, you know, from each of you. So,
right.
Y'all have a great night, though. I'm gonna sign off.
Appreciate the information, man. Anytime you want to come by, man, you're always welcome.
No, definitely. Hey, Art Payne, man, I found your cooking and sports channel. I thought I had subscribed to it, and then I found it, and then I was like, I thought I was subscribed to it, but I looked at one of your videos. You was making something that was delicious. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, you was making some type of dish. You was pretty good with it. Pretty nice.
Yeah,
Definitely nice with it, man. So I like those I like that type of stuff, man. So keep doing it.
Yeah,
whatever you're doing, so I can tune in.
All right,
man. Y'all take care.
Take care, information, man.
Take it easy. Thanks a lot.
But you know, you're right, Trey Ferg. They need to put vocation back in the school. It's just like the same way they have nursing in school for these young women that they can get credit for when they go to college. They should have something for vocational school for guys who want to go into manufacturing. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing, or some type of engineering. You know, to get some of these classes out of the way before you go to school. I think that will help these kids out. At least it will leave them with a pathway to bridge them from high school to the real world and what to expect, like some type of internship or something like that. Maybe their 11th grade year, so that way they can pretty much tailor-make their senior year to what they need to look forward to for the next year, so they can gain those skills. And so they can also be monitored too, to make sure that they're on the right track. And we also know they have to be able to make sure they pass these tests, these standardized tests as well too. So we have a lot to work with as far as the children are concerned, because there's a lot for them to learn. But my thing is this: I think we should probably start a little earlier. I think kids can learn a little bit more when they're younger. You know what I'm saying? As they get older, they get a little lazier. You know, they get a little ornery, you know, so they want to do what they want to do. But my thing is this: if we make it fun for them early on, we'll create an appetite for them to want to learn on a regular basis, so that it's not a chore. You know, back in the day, used to punish kids for reading. Well, shoot, man, sometimes some kids love reading. It's like, I appreciate it. You know, I really want to play no video games, no way. You know what I'm saying? And develop an appetite for reading. Go ahead, Josh.
I got to ask that question. What the hell would, again, it circles back to the Project 2025 thing.
Yeah.
But what would standardized testing be then without like a federal level of Department of Education?
It's 2 hours.
What would that even be?
That's a good question. I think you'll probably have, I put it to you like this. If you look at it this way, you would probably have a different demographic of where you get different workers from. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it. You got a whole bunch of people out in California who are probably good at Silicon Valley stuff, you know, electronics or whatever. And you got people from the South, you know, who may be good at manufacturing, you know, that type of thing. You got people up north who might have a background in banking and finances or whatever. But I think what it would do, it would cause people to move around. You know what I'm saying? Say, for instance, if they want to get, you know, good at something, they will probably move to another location, which is a good thing.
States would definitely have to compete, at least at a higher level than what they're doing now.
Right.
The question, though, this is why I hate an idea to, like, okay, so I'm conservative and Christian nationalist. I'm not going to, like, on face value, I shouldn't push back against this policy that you guys are talking about. But right. I do naturally, because as a conservative, like your immediate thing is like, wait, something's going to change. Anything that changes in conservatism is a big like red flag, period. You're supposed to question it, right? So right. If states are basically competing with each other, right, what does that mean for families? If I'm mom and dad in this state and my kids are going off, go ahead.
No, I will tell you this. It would make each state more viable. You wouldn't have states like Mississippi who are suckling from the national teat just to be assholes and treat their people like crap. You know what I'm saying? What'll happen is you'll have situations where they'll have to stop being racist. They have to stop treating people like crap. They'll start having to put in infrastructure, or the people will lose. People will leave. You see what I'm saying? And you wouldn't have places and pockets like that where they would be mistreating people and it will go unnoticed. You know what I'm saying? They would no longer be considered a viable place to want to raise a family. You know what I'm saying? So it would definitely make them more, I should say this, more competitive.
How long do you think that process would take for states to adopt to, well, like in the case of like the federal education system, right? That immediately cuts off funding. So now your property taxes instantly go up because states are going to do something to make up for that, right? But now the question then becomes, like within your ideas, how long does it take for a state to adopt to new, I don't know, feasible systems?
A generation. Because you're going to have at least the oldest generation who have the old ways of looking at things to die out.
So if I was a youth, let's say 22, 23, 24 years old, right? This policy would be an absolute nightmare to me. If I was an older guy, let's say maybe a senior, right? But leaning like on the right side politically, I would be in full favor of this.
Right. You would probably move to the next red state. That would probably be viable. Say, for instance, if you're in Mississippi, you'll probably move to somewhere like Alabama. You know, it's still a red state, but it's more leading toward the future than it is Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? Or you would move to somewhere like Arkansas, Louisiana, or maybe even Tennessee. You would not stay in Mississippi. I'll assure you that.
Wouldn't people naturally just move to where like economically more feasible?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
I mean, I guess the
reason why I say that, the reason why I say that is because the same thing happened to Birmingham, Alabama, when everybody left Birmingham to go to Atlanta. Nobody that lives in Atlanta is from Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? You got people from all over who have moved to Atlanta, from New York, Raleigh, North Carolina, South Carolina, you know what I'm saying, Florida. People from Alabama moved, Tennessee have moved to Atlanta, Georgia, you know, places like that. So I've seen it happen. So if you have situations like that where Mississippi is actually forced to have to deal with their foolishness, then yeah, it'll be behoove you to move. You know what I'm saying? To leave that state.
Oh, that for me, that's easy to do. For the vast majority of America, not so easy to do because otherwise they would do it now, right? Like if I'm
But there'll be more
dying
than
of
just
property in Detroit, right? The only reason I'm still there is because I can't afford to move, and now I'm being like basically like having the crap kicked out of me of property taxes. I guess if I own my own home, right?
Right.
So that's an extra burden on there. I still say that it's a very fair. It's a fair function to actually break these policies down one by one and go down the pros and cons. Some of this stuff extremely painful, right?
Right. Well, in order for you to get something passed, most of the stuff that most of the stuff they're gonna throw at the wall ain't gonna stick. You know what I'm saying?
I thought
so
I
they're
said
trying to throw as much as they can on the wall
Right.
to get as much as they can to stick. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure they're willing to let some stuff slide to get their main points to stick. You know what I mean?
So,
Yeah,
but,
yes.
but I mean, you even said though they have a whole cabal of people trying to move in this 2025 direction. And already a lot of these people are in place. They got the Supreme Court pretty much. For, you know, and so even though some of the things are being implemented, I just think, like you said, a generation to change, right? They're playing a long game, right?
Right.
That's what I think. And there's going to be more. If you look at the Project 2025, there's a whole bunch of reasons why, maybe not one thing, but 5 things that you don't like in your state, you're going to move. You know, there's going to be a lot of transitions from blue to red states. And,
right.
you know, depending on how many people leave a blue state, they might turn a red state blue.
You know, you're right, Arpain. Look what they did in California. The people can't even afford to live out there.
No.
So they're moving to places like Nevada
and Texas
and Arizona and Texas, especially Texas.
Yeah.
Hold up. Is that actually true? Because it seems like
Yes.
only or the vast majority of the people that can afford to move are the ones that are actually moving.
No,
Well, everything is high priced in California.
Everything
so
is high priced in California.
Everything. If you can't afford to stay, you're going to move.
Damn right.
You know, so the point is not only can you afford to move, some people can't afford to stay. You know, so I know a guy, a YouTuber, left from California to Texas. Yeah, he's happy as hell, man. His YouTube channel blew up, man. He just needed to get out of there, you know. And but that's just one example. But they're out. I mean, they have a net loss of people almost every year now.
And it's mainly due to policy in California.
Mostly
mainly.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I'm not very empathetic. No offense to you guys, not very empathetic to. I make my living off of YouTube videos, right? Like if I'm gonna have any type of empathy towards somebody, it's gonna be to like the grape farmer. He might actually just be selling grapes for wine, right? But he's a dude that's sitting on a couple hundred acres, right? There's property taxes right there. But he would be the guy that I would feel a little empathy for.
Well, here's the thing. Guys like that usually are probably not as affected as much because they're probably living on their own land, so they don't have to worry about rent and foods just like that. The only thing they have to worry about is probably property tax, maybe a few little administrative fees that the local government charges or whatever. Those guys are going to keep their land.
And
We're talking about regular normal people that are leaving. You know what I'm saying? That are not tied to the land. They're getting up out of there.
Yeah. And in the backdrop of the people in LA building luxury apartments for people who are homeless, it's just, I mean, it just doesn't even make sense.
Oh, easy with the write-offs, right? Like at face value, you want to say that there's write-offs out there. You just go looking, which would technically be true, but it takes years to find those. Like if I were to show you my property taxes, you'd cry. Most people would. Hell, I cry, right? And I'm
you said Michigan or California?
No, New York, but technically speaking, right? Like it's a lot of property, and it's across it's across like 5 different states. Total it up, it hurts. But what I'm saying is it takes. It's kind of like growing up. You don't know what you're doing. You have to kind of go through the process of learning. It's a painful process, right? I don't just wake up one day and tax code is buried in my head, right? I have to take a lot of energy and effort to go out and look for solutions to problems. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but it's just a process, right?
Right.
And I'm kind of a little bit leery when it comes down to the youth. We already got a problem with kids are kind of growing up, I guess I'd call it like a little later in life. And now we might actually be putting policies on them that are 10 times harder than what they're dealing with already. It's like, damn, it seems painful.
I'm gonna let y'all know a little secret, man. Back in 1995, I was on a radio station, man, 95.7 Jam, say in Birmingham. And I called into that show and I said, if we're not careful, we keep kicking this can down the road, we're going to end up in a place that is not going to be a happy place for us. And now in 2024, the can has been kicked down to the road to the point where we can't kick it no more. So now we actually have to do something about it. And I think it's time that we really address some of the issues, because we can't kick it down the road any further. We can't give it to the next generation and say, hey, you fix it. Because the last generation did that to us. And it's like, what you want us to do with this? We can't kick it down the road no farther. There's nowhere else to go. There's no more road.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
That's why I brought in the family concept. What does that spell out for family? Like, I don't. Yeah, my kids are going to be okay, I think, right? But I could also like come up with a policy that might make their life a living hell. I'd rather not like be on my deathbed by myself. I'd like to be surrounded by my, my kids, my grandkids, kind of thing. That would be a nice thought to go out with, right?
Well, the problem that we have with the whole family bit is, and this is where we start talking about the difference between social issues and policy issues. Is here's where they kind of collide. Is like right now in my current situation, I look at the possibility of expanding my own family. The problem is that economics doesn't really permit that because of how expensive things are. And this is where you start having to take a look at the difference what Arpain was talking about, which is the difference of voting, if we're talking about exoteric issues, voting policy over social issues. Because on the policy aspect of it, shit is too high for no damn reason. And why do things cost as much as they cost? Let's look at childcare, for instance. Why does childcare cost as much as it costs? Why does goods and services cost as much as they cost? Some of it is because of bad policy. Some of it is because of unregulated sectors, like corporations. Are just some of it is just greed. Some of it is because of bad policy from the left, and some of it is underregulated policy on the right aspect of it. But a lot of it is just greed in a sense. So yes, we could talk about the family aspect of it, but a lot of times people can't make enough in order to fund and finance families. How do you bridge that gap?
I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you one thing you should do. If financing a family is a problem, you have to look and see what have people done in the past. You know what I'm saying? Whether you grow some of your own food, you know what I'm saying, or you find ways to cut cost. You know what I mean? And I think what happens is we as a people get so used to lifestyle that we look at lifestyle as something that's a want versus a need. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is that it's more psychological of a problem than it is a fiscal problem, because you could probably make it if you do certain things ahead of time. If you go ahead and get your own land, go ahead and get your own property, you can grow your own fruit over time. So when you have situations like this, you can deep freeze your stuff. You never have situations where you're too lean and you'll have too much. You know what I mean? That's how folks used to regulate stuff back in the day. Well, the problem is most people live in apartments. So guess what? You can't plant or grow anything.
Correct.
So you're going to have to put down roots. Now, in order for you to put down roots, it's going to take two people to get a home. As much as everybody likes to say, hey, I want to get a home and I want my man to do this or whatever. Economically, it doesn't work that way.
It doesn't work.
It does not work that way.
Because right now I'm sitting on 3 acres right now. My wife and I are on 3 acres at this very moment.
Right.
And I could not have done it by myself. She could not have done that by herself. We did this together.
Correct. Now, saying that being said, I'm pretty sure you guys had to vet each other to make sure and say, hey, look, I'm in this for the long haul.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The problem with that is that we have to get people on the same page and deal with each other honestly. In an environment that we're in right now, people don't want to deal with each other honestly. It's very, very difficult. I agree with Arpain and Trey Ferg. Marriage is a vehicle in which you can enrich yourself and enrich your family if it's done correctly. You see what I'm saying? If it's done incorrectly, that's the worst thing that could probably ever happen to you, just being honest. You know what I mean? But my thing is this, in order for us to change ourselves fiscally, we have to change ourselves psychologically. And that's going to take a lot of work on everybody individually to say, hey, look, I need to get my mind straight so I can make sure I take care of what I need to take care of so I can get married, so we can get past this hump. Because if we do not, the streets shall be waiting for you. You see what I'm saying? They'll be waiting for you. If you either you make a change or the streets gonna be waiting for you. It's not a situation where people are trying to fearmonger you. All you got to do is look at your last month's rent or the year before that. Look at what your last couple of years worth of groceries will look like. The world is not stopping because you don't make the same amount of money, or your boss won't give you a cost of living increase. They're gonna say, hey, look, I'm gonna hire somebody cheaper. Thanks for playing. And then they're gonna walk you on about the door. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is this: either you get right, start a family, make sure you pool all your resources together. If you can, start a business because you want to generate income too as well. It'll also help you become more financially savvy. You see what I'm saying? And then you pass that knowledge on to your kids so they can be business owners and change this whole mindset of being a slave for somebody else to work in somebody else's office. You see what I'm saying?
Yep, gotcha.
Can I? Who's the other guy in the back? I'm Josh, by the way. What's the other guy's
Boss
name?
Man. That's Boss Man.
Boss Man. Can I ask, like, how old are you?
34.
Yeah, this is precisely the guy I do not want to like put policies out there to make his life more difficult. Right? Like, this is the last guy. So he's like he's got a small acreage, right? He's doing his thing. This is basically middle class America right here. It's the last guy I want to mess with, like, on a policy, right? That's why I said we really want to look at these policies, because, like, if we're talking about just the education policy alone, his property taxes go up like $2,000 to $3,000 depending on what state he's in instantly, just because the federal funding went away, for at least from the education department, right? So the question would be, can he actually tote an extra $3,000? Okay, let's split the difference. $2,500 a year on a property tax bill, just on a property tax bill. We're not talking about like the kids' schooling or anything, just for him to maintain his property.
And I'm in Virginia, so yeah.
Oh, crap. Yeah, so I really don't want to mess with him too much.
You know, Virginia's a commonwealth, so they move a little different up there, man.
Yeah, I'm 50 miles from DC, so yes.
Yeah, listen, I'm just telling. Listen, that's why so many people are frightened of 2025. That whole thing, because some people have heard I mean, people could turn it into a horror story, but when you talk about like raising property taxes, for some people it's a horror story, especially people on fixed income,
right,
and things of that nature. Are you kidding me?
Right.
Medicare, you getting rid of that?
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff in there that's just going to be a complete horror story for people. And
well, you have to look at it like this too. If they're saying get rid of Medicare and Medicaid, what are they replacing it with?
That's what I'm saying. They don't offer none of that stuff. That's what I'm saying. You know, like if we're talking about abortion, you know, deletions and stuff, you know, what about the exceptions? They said forget those too. What about the pills? Listen, it's draconian in a lot of ways, and there's no other way you could slice it. So, but here's what I talked to my sister about this, and I know Jeff wanted to get on my case. We still have separation of powers in the government,
right.
And I think for them to enact that plan the way they want to, they have to own all three branches of the government.
They kind of do once you think about it. If you got the judges, if you got the judges already seeing stuff your way, Then you got the executive office seeing things your way. It's just a matter of time before the other one do its thing.
Well, what I'm saying is this. You know, it's still if it's not a roadblock, it's still a road bump.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I think the Supreme Court, the way we look at it, some of those judges, even if they're conservative, are honest brokers.
You think?
I think so. I think so.
I don't think so, RP.
Wait, hold on. Let me just say this. Because if that wasn't true, then every decision they've made in this past week would have been in the conservative favor, and they weren't.
I can tell you.
You think they weren't?
No, I can't remember the one that I know that wasn't.
I will tell you that Chevron it was in their favor.
The Chevron one was, but of course this immunity thing seems like it was for Donald Trump, but
of course it was.
The truth of the matter is, and so was his conviction in New York was for him.
Yeah,
you know. So all I'm just trying to say, I can't remember the one that. Gosh, you guys don't remember any other rulings that went out?
It was the one that was the it was all unanimous, and I do believe it was the one regarding his it wasn't the classified documents one. No, but no. I do know the one. I do know the one you were talking about, and it did go in his favor. But the overall point is that for the conservatives versus the liberals in the Supreme Court, nothing has gone in the liberals' favor. Basically, nothing. There has not been a conservative dissent in the Supreme Court since it has been 6-3. Is the point?
No, listen. I know they had like 5 rulings recently, and one of them is something that got the conservatives mad because they didn't go their way. I can't remember what it is.
I don't think they're too tough worried about it because
yeah.
they got the
it wasn't the big one. It wasn't the big ones. It wasn't the big ones. You know.
Yeah, they got enough. They got enough to do what they got to do.
But here's the kicker, right? This one that we say is for Trump about the immunity. Well, Biden has enough. Listen, they let Biden should be in jail too. He should got indicted for that.
Why do you think? Listen, why do you think he's not kicking up a lot of dust? Because at some point he wants to use what Trump used to stay out of trouble too.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, that thing just go for Republicans.
Trump just showing him how to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Fellas, hey, you know what? It's not a fait accompli that Trump is going to beat Biden. As crooked. I mean, everybody thinks he's going to win. I don't believe it.
I'm gonna let you in a little secret, brother.
Yeah.
Joe Biden ain't gonna win.
He's not going. He's not going.
I hate to spoil it for you, brother. I'm just a realist. Joe Biden is not gonna win this election.
He's not gonna make it. He ain't gonna make it.
I'll put money on it. He ain't gonna win.
The only way a Democrat is going to win is if he pulls out and the governor of what's his name? Governor of California.
No, he's
the governor of Kentucky. They trying to push the governor of Kentucky to
they're trying to the one from Michigan too. Newsom. Let me tell you, Gavin Newsom is a snake oil salesman, and what works in California. And after his record in California gets bashed down his throat nationwide, nobody's going to.
But that's the reason why he'd win.
Yeah, that don't matter. Fellas, y'all do know that we are fighting 2 wars, right?
Yeah, we know.
Correct.
So with that,
proxy wars.
Who you think funds it?
Well, we do.
The people.
Of course.
So you've seen it. Everything that we send over to help, I guess, do whatever they doing over there is just playing games.
Okay.
It comes out of the American budget.
Yeah, everything
is
American comes out of
Here's the problem. Here's the present problem. We've never been in a war where we've been in a recession and our inflation our money is basically hyperinflating. So this is something that's new.
War.
And our reserve currency status is being threatened as we speak.
Correct.
So
there you go. Speak on it, lost.
My whole thing is this: you're about to see a whole lot of stuff you ain't never seen before. You're gonna see precedents take place of stuff you ain't never seen before. because we're in a
people
place
powerless.
that we've never been before.
And the people are powerless because the wars are pretty much bipartisan.
Right. And they're going to, just like, listen, Biden said just last month, he's opening the United States full arsenal to support the Ukrainian war. Think about it. That's weapons. That's going to eventually be more people. As long as the war go, some who in here, who in this space under 40 is ready to go. Because when they call on you, you know.
Well, let me tell you, they're not sending no American troops to
Y'all got
fight.
to figure it out.
They're not sending Americans. They're not going to send Americans.
Now, Lost.
Keep
Lost,
saying
you spoke on something about the reserve currency, but you understand what the reserve currency actually means, right?
Oh yes, I do.
The reserve currency means that the world trades on the U.S. dollar.
Correct.
Okay. So what that means is every reserve bank in the world, if they want to add more currency into their circulation, they have to go to their quote unquote their Federal Reserve and pay their money, their currency, and exchange their currency into dollar bills to get more currency of their own
Correct.
currency. Y'all understand
Correct.
that, right? Okay. Now, there's another way that our money receives value. That's one. And the second one is the petrodollar. In order for anyone to buy or trade oil, everyone in the world has to buy oil in American dollars. So everyone has to trade their currency into the Federal Reserve, their Federal Reserve, in US dollars, and they have to buy oil in dollars. If those two things change, our fiat currency is done. That's what gives our money value.
Well, you do realize Saudi Arabia has said, forget
There
your
you go.
dollar bill lately. You know that, don't you?
You got it. You got it. With what currency? Starts with a B.
Oh, we already know, man. Bricks.
Yeah. Okay, you got it. Okay, all right.
All right. Listen, man. I've been ahead of the game for years, man. Years.
If y'all want to see where y'all money going, look in the back chat and click on that link. That's where y'all money's going. Click on it. And it's running.
Pretty much. Pretty much nonstop.
oh yeah, I seen that. Oh man, it's a dreadful clock, man.
That's decoration, man. We already know.
Yeah, man. You got to have a college education to read the damn thing. All you just know is going up.
It's pretty easy.
Anyway, that's the whole point of us making sure that when we talk about politics, we know exactly what we're talking about. Because I think the problem is, I think a lot of times we get these conversations, I think sometimes the conversation gets derailed with ignorance and pride. And I think what happens is people want to be heard, but they're not knowledgeable enough to listen to the people who've actually done the work. And they're stopping the message from getting out. So I really do appreciate you guys coming up and providing us with the information that we needed so that the people can make an informed decision by allowing you guys to add your portion of what you know to the conversation. Boss man, thank you so much. Josh, Trey Ferg, R. Payne, if you guys wanted to add anything before we go, certainly go ahead and do so. If you guys got shows, make sure you go ahead and plug them now. Those who are listening at home, make sure you guys hit the like button, hit share, and hit subscribe. Go ahead, R. Payne, you can go ahead and let us know what you got going on.
On this channel, Black Man Unfiltered at 7:00 on Mondays. I'm usually here. The topic today is, are Black women ready to be president of the United States? And I have a couple of clips that will lead us into that. One is a panel of women who are working, and they're talking about the angry Black women and women's attitudes in general. Then there's another one with a newscast with some professional Black women talking about what they saw in the debate and whether they should switch out Biden. And then I have one with an interview with Stephen A. Smith with a lady, and she says if they put a guy like Gavin Newsom in as opposed to Kamala Harris, they said the Black women will leave the Democrats in droves for this election.
No, they won't.
Now, well, they say no, they won't, but it was one of these hyenas saying it. I don't know. I don't know. I think it might be enough. Don't have to be all.
Love that donkey, man.
I know they do. But I'm just saying. So, but still, but listen, for us as black men, the way we talk and the way we peep the game with black women, and how they behave, their attitudes, their thought process. What would it look like with one of them being the most powerful person in the world? With the attitudes, I mean, I'm not going to say they're going to turn into Tiffany Henyard, but we have a whole cadre of sisters who are in power who've done a lot of efforty. And I'm gonna probably allude to some of those things too. I think it's something to ponder, because there's temperament that's required for being the president. A certain amount of time. So it's worth discussion. If I get some ladies to come up and do that too. And of course, Wednesday I have a sports show before you guys have one here, and I just have a good time with that. And other than that, I just put videos out on my channel.
Right. Tell the people what time your show is on Monday, man, on BMU channel.
It's 7:00 Eastern time.
Okay.
7:00 Eastern. So I'll land it there.
Great. Trey Ferg, in
Hey
his
man,
last
listen,
words.
come out to the 1-1 Sports Show with BMU, man, on Wednesdays, 8:00 Eastern time, man. Also, man, Loss, I thought about it. So I'm starting to take your advice, man. Just, try to start getting my channel out there, man. It's not going to be a fighting channel. I'm just going to provide information for people who may be looking for some information about certain topics. You can always join my channel and suggest certain topics. I spend a lot of time working with a lot of young men and young women who in the most disadvantaged situations, man. And I'm always walk in that lane. So that's just where I'm good at. I'll put my skills up against anybody in this area. But man, listen, man, these topics are great for anybody looking to change their life. Don't be afraid, man. You take these little nuggets. I don't care who says it. Take the meat. I mean, spit out the bone, man. Man, we're going to talk a certain way. We're going to move a certain way. And if you want to be in this space, man, just do not be afraid to step out on your own, walk in your faith, believe that you can do it. And eventually, when you're ready and prepared, man, you'll be blessed with everything that you work for. But until then, man, you focus on the end goal, not on what's around you. So, again, man, BMU lost, man. I appreciate y'all, our pain, man. Listen, man, baby boomers for life, man. Fuck them little man. We here, goddamn it, and we fight back.
You better tell them. Boss man, Josh, y'all got anything y'all want to add before we get up out of here, man?
Wow. Yeah, as an authoritarian, I usually kind of like on face value, kind of like want to just take a dump on everybody. But lately, I've been running into a lot of good people, and apparently, Lost here has been helping me with grace, right? I kind of do feel a little bit bad for some of the policies like that come from like my side. I think they kind of might be taking an unfair dump on some people. But I think when it boils down to, I think Lit's right. We've kind of, through the last like 5-6 generations, we probably kicked the cans down so far. Now it's kind of like, I hate to be vulgar about it. We've got to shit or get off the pot. And it feels bad because I think it's going to be some really good people that are going to take a hit that I'm going to feel bad about that. Which is usually not the case. I don't feel bad about many things. So, damn, that hurts.
I feel you, Josh. Boss man.
Sorry, apologies about that. There we go. Yeah, I usually don't really ever get a chance to make it to the end of these. So first, I wanted to, for tonight and all the other nights that I've actually joined you guys. Thanks for giving me a chance to join you guys as always. I really do appreciate it, and it's an honor to be able to join you guys for the times that I have. It's important to have a space like this to discuss these topics, especially to be more informed as a collective space, to talk to like-minded men like yourself. I'm relatively young, so admittedly, so to get some insight and also to be able to share with like-minded folks like yourself, but also to talk about the maybe not as important issues as policy and politics wise, but also talk about the social issues that are arguably important, but in their own swim lane of importance. So I really appreciate this space. I'm glad I found you guys. As you mentioned, Lost, developing your second, and maybe even third stream of income. I haven't really shared too much, but it's a thought of mine to develop my own channel and talk about, create a separate space also to talk about these type of issues and others as well. So it's a thought of mine to venture off into this arena as I think about what else I want to do with my own life along with my own vocation. So, but I appreciate you guys opening the space for me, and I appreciate this platform as well. So over.
Anytime, boss man. Here's my thing. Anytime you need some help, man, just let us know, because I've had a lot of tremendous help from a lot of tremendous people here to even lift my channel off the ground as well too. And we come in and we lend our specialties to the Black Men Unfiltered Network, because that's what we do. Rising tides rise all ships. Now I will tell you this, man, as a Christian, it bothers me that there may be some people that may not make it, and the reason why they don't make it is because they don't want to listen. And to me, that bothers me. You know what I mean? It's something in me that wants to grab them kicking and screaming, you know what I'm saying? And then when they get there, then, let them cuss me out or whatever, but eventually you out of the fire. But it's also something to me that says, hey, look, you can't make them drink. You know what I'm saying? You can lead them to the water, but you can't make them drink.
Yep.
And don't risk your life and your legacy for somebody who doesn't have the wherewithal to save themselves or have the patience to listen to somebody else. I've always said that obedience is better than sacrifice, because it makes it easier on your leaders. It makes it easier on yourself, and you save a whole lot of time, and you can get back to learning something new and something different. And I think that's the thing that I struggle with the most, because I want the most for everybody. But I have to understand that you can't always take everybody with you. And to me, that really bothers me. But I'm getting to the point now where it's settling in my spirit. So if you come, that's fine. If not, guess what? That's fine too. With that being said, thank you guys for coming out to the show tonight. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit subscribe. Make sure that you guys share the content as well too. We're doing great things, and we're making sure that we get out a different conversation, something that appeals to people's better side, so we can actually move the conversation forward and to us to move to a better position in life. So I want to thank you guys for coming out. Trey Ferg, Boss Man, Josh, and Arpain, thank you. And all those who are on the panel tonight, thank you guys for coming out. And you guys enjoy your rest of your evening and your morning. And thanks for coming out to Black Men Unfiltered Barbershop. Y'all have a good evening.
Yeah.
Good night.